X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mills, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Let me show you how.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hey guys, what's up? I'm sorry I haven't streamed the last couple days. I got a little bit caught up in some IRL stuff, but now I'm back, and you better believe I'm excited to stream. I love seeing all my little gay people that live in my computer talking, rolling across the screen in that narrow little vertical column. Love to see it. Hi there, the Dark Canuck, how you doing? Mudball Man, how are you? Epifloyd, what's up? Sergeant Flux, good to see you. Garfield, how are you? Bisu Do, good to see you. Lil Bass 82, what's up? Softest Leftist, hello, you're new here. Clever 120, how are you? In a Pickle, good to see you. Transgal, good to see you again. Lil Bass 82, once again, hello. Marie Spare, what's up? Hey everybody. Hello Fefala, that's a neat name. Hey Summer Star. Gampan, how are you? Watched a bit of Breaking Bad. Ooh. I will avoid spoiling it this stream just because, well, you know, there's people here watching it. I do sometimes spoil TV shows like that, though. Like, Breaking Bad is the type of show that I'll just drop the end of the series' big spoilers casually in conversation. Because, you know, I expect people to have already watched it at this point. Doing good, Vanderhall. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Mari Spare. I'm glad that you're saying thank you for my ask. I'm glad you're happy that I asked. Hey Moonberry Jams. Hi, haven't tuned in live before, but I've been watching the videos for a while now. Well, hopefully you enjoy your first stream. I think that streams are a lot more engaging and fun than, pre-recorded content or even like the segments that go up on YouTube. It's sad that more people don't come and watch the streams live, but we already got over 100 people here, so frankly, I can't be that upset. We're probably going to get up to like 500 people here at some point if we're really lucky. Matter of fact, if you want to help to push the viewer count up, there's a way that you can help for completely free. And that's simply by hitting the like button over on YouTube. There's a little thumbs up button, and frankly, just hitting that button does a lot more to help my channel, my streams, my videos, and me just in general than I think you guys realize. It actually kind of twists the arm of YouTube and forces them to push my content, my stream, to new people, whether it be people that are already subscribed or completely new people who have no idea who I am. It's basically just a simple, free, easy, half-a-second thing you can do to help out my channel quite a bit. Hello, Matisha Who. It's really hard to figure out how your name's pronounced. Minimum Volts, what's up? Lucky Otter, how are you? My nose is also a little bit itchy because I let the cat in here, and she's been, like, running around, like, across my lap for the last 10 minutes. She's actually on the ground right here, sleeping. So hopefully the cat hair kind of wafting through the atmosphere at the moment in my room chills the fuck out, and I don't have to continue to, scratch my nose. I, too, am allergic to my own fur child. It's a tough feeling, because you just want to take your face, bury your nose between your cat's ears, and just go, and just snuggle your cat that way. But it'll literally make it so you can't breathe through your nose for the rest of the day, which is pretty tough. Me? Yes, exactly. Yeah, everybody knows the pain. You just want to take your cat's little head and go, just bury your face in the top of your cat's head and just go, and just give her a bunch of kisses. That's what I do with my cat. But then it causes my nose to just clog because I'm allergic to cat fur. My one allergy. I have climbed up trees covered in poison oak before, or poison ivy, and then my uncle was like, Alex, holy shit, that's poison ivy, get down! And I would get down, I'm like, oh, I rubbed all over it, something's gonna happen, and not really much of a reaction at all, kind of like if I just sort of, like, burned my arm a little bit, like, it kind of itched for a bit, and it was fine. Like, I don't typically have a lot of allergic reactions to food, or even natural allergens, or medicines, but cat fur's what I got. Hit the genetic lottery on every allergy as far as I know. I have yet to have an allergic reaction to anything other than fucking cat fur. My own little fur baby poisons me. Turns my own immune system against me. Turns it into my enemy. Really quick, before I start reading the first donos of the stream, I do want to say, if you think about the concept of an immune system for a moment, it's really fucking cool. 24/7, 365, barring, certain immune disorders, you have an army of living organisms in your body that are actively working and fighting to keep it in tip-top shape. So if you ever feel like you're alone and no one gives a shit about you, just know there's like 1 trillion living organisms inside of you right now working their ass off, whose entire life's purpose and programming is to keep you alive. And if that doesn't cheer you up, then I don't know what could. Thinking about my immune system when I'm like feeling lonely always makes me feel better, because it is objectively an entire sort of, what's the word for it? Culture of living organisms, white blood cells, red blood cells, beneficial bacteria, etc., all working to keep you alive. Yes, your cat also has a little biological war happening inside of them right now, too. If you want to learn more about it, you can watch Osmosis Jones. You have the population and the trillions making you up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like trillions of cells inside of you at least, right? It's probably more than trillions, but that's closer than millions. Did Charlie debate SNEAKO, or did he cover SNEAKO's vids? He did a full-on scathing call-out of SNEAKO. And we're going to get to that in just a minute, don't you worry. But first, people have been very kind. Matishahu, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Said, Dicks? 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 Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the Dicks donation. That's a very kind $5 right there. And then yesterday, before stream, Two Dads Smooching, amazing name, got a tier 1 sub and said, Folding Ideas came out with a new YouTube video that you might be interested in. It's WoW heavy. It's long as fuck. Cheers. I saw that in my recommended. It's by Folding Ideas. It's called Why It's Rude to Suck at WoW. To suck at World of Warcraft. I already know what the video's about just from looking at it and knowing WoW culture. For those of you guys that don't know, being a World of Warcraft player and not being good at the game is considered a rude action on your part, and you will be treated like a bad person for not wanting to maximize the amount of like damage output you could do, or the amount of healing you could do, or the quality of tanking you can do, because everybody else's enjoyment of the game is pretty much set on everybody else being down to achieve the same goal. That sounds so sucky. It kind of is, but if you're with the program and everybody else is with the program, it can result in some of the best moments, like best gaming experiences you can imagine. Would you guys want me to watch that video on stream today? Same with FF14? Nah. I've played FF14, and I've played WoW Retail, and I've played WoW Classic. Out of all three of those, FF14 is the nicest to new players. You can literally progress dungeon quests with NPCs as a solo player in FF14 just to get through the story. You can't even do that in WoW. If you have a quest that's part of a quest line you have to do in a big dungeon, you have to get together a group of people that can finish that dungeon that will help you do that quest, that are down to not, for example, loot all the items that you need to do the quest, so you don't have to run the dungeon a second time to get the items, because someone else in the dungeon also had it, or everybody else in the dungeon also had it, and they collected all of the, I don't know, armaments you had to collect, and then turn into the beginning of the dungeon. So now you have to run it for a second time, because you need one extra armament, but you only need the one, so then you have to run the dungeon a whole extra time with a whole other group of people who you don't even need to do the whole dungeon. You just need to walk in and walk out, but you had to go in because there's trash mobs at the very beginning that could totally wipe you, so you can't even get to the first armament weapon. Like, this is a thing that happens in WoW all the time. FF14 just lets you do it. Fine, lol. Listen, I'm not even defending FF14 here. I like WoW way more than FF14, 1,000 times more than FF14. However, FF14 definitely has that one thing over WoW, is the community being kinder, more accepting, and the game generally being more accessible. One Piece 34, thank you for the $6 donation. That's very kind. Said, here, a fresh dank meme that isn't Sonic. I do appreciate the not Sonic memes. They have been nice. The not Sonic memes have been very, very nice. Thank you. Oh, we got a poll popped up. It's blocking the donos. I will continue the last dono once the poll finishes. More MMOs should allow you to host your own server. Nah. I'm listen. I get the idea of wanting there to be the opportunity to host your own servers, but think of WoW if every player could just play single player PvE. Like imagine WoW if when you logged in it was like, do you want to make a single player character? where you play all PvE stuff and every like encounter, like every dungeon and quest is with NPCs. Like if that was an option in WoW, like so many players would choose it. So many, a ridiculous amount of players would choose it. And then where's the fun in the economy and the auction house in like leveling with friends or having a populated world? Maybe you could fill the world with NPCs that like, you know, what would be neat if they could make it so all hosted on your computer, you could start a World of Warcraft world. You made your character, you logged in, and when you were logged in, the world was active. You could invite friends, but like every single capital city had like 1,000, or like the whole server besides like or the whole world except for where there are players that are actual players that you've invited is all NPCs that have been programmed kind of in the same way that, you know, that we already know this is possible. You can do this with what's it called, multi-boxing. Just a bunch of NPCs start as basic level 1 nothing characters all in their capital cities, like an equal distribution, and then they all start doing quests and killing mobs at like a pretty reasonable rate. And so you can team up and do stuff with NPCs that are all leveling up and trying in your own private world. That would be cool if they added that to WoW. Just to completely play single player, but the world feels populated and it feels like multiplayer experience. You still don't get the social aspect or the like auction. Maybe you could program them to do you could program them to do the auction house too and still have an economy and PvP and all that. That would be interesting. I'd like to see if that's possible. Take notes, Blizzard. It would depopulate the multiplayer like MMO servers a lot though. It's really nice when games do that because it feels alive, but also it doesn't have the shadow of dread that one day the game will shut down. Yeah, that's the big thing with, well, the main reason people quit WoW is because their friends stopped playing, and they stopped hopping on the Discord every day to spend hours on end in Discord grinding WoW. And, you know, their friends started playing another game, and it's like, oh, am I going to sit in Discord playing WoW, grinding mobs while my friends play Overwatch 2 or whatever, you know? That's why a lot of people end up, you know, quitting WoW. Apparently, one WoW server with sharding and layering or whatever can accommodate up to 25,000 people on the server at once, which is absolutely insane to me. That tells me that, like, there should be, like, the possibility with Hightail, there should be the possibility of, like, hundreds or thousands of players all on the same server. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine Hightail, and because it would be well made and, like, optimized well and made with by, like, you know, funded by Riot, you could have thousands of players in one server? That would be nutty. Because a block-based voxel game should be the peak of, like, technological performance, right? Like, in a perfect world, Minecraft would be a multi-threaded game that would run extraordinarily well. It would be extremely well optimized, and like you would be able to boot up Minecraft on like the shittiest of hardware and get over 1,000 FPS, as you should be able to. You should be able to, and from there, you could mod the game and like mess with it as much as you want, and you know it should run perfectly. Minecraft should run perfectly. The only reason it doesn't is because it is poorly optimized. It is very poorly optimized. Modders, in fact, have got like done. I'm not gonna try to discount the work of modders, but like they've done what modders can do with a game that is fundamentally fucking broken, like at its core, which is Minecraft, right? Sodium, like installing Sodium with Fabric alone on modern Minecraft It is insane the performance boost you get. I get 3 times the performance. I go from like 328 average FPS in vanilla Minecraft up to like 980 FPS with sodium. If I put on Optifine and really turn down the settings, like the visual settings of the game, I can get over 1,000 FPS. Just playing the game with no shaders or resource pack. With sodium on. And that's what modders have accomplished, modifying the files or adding on to the files, however Minecraft mods work, of an already fundamentally broken game. So I want you to imagine a block-based voxel game like Minecraft made well, actually well optimized and made to perform well. A game that doesn't actually need you to install something like Sodium or Optifine to achieve what is clearly possible with the Minecraft art style and the way that they render graphics, which is like over 1,000 FPS on a good computer. That should be possible with Minecraft's graphics, and it is with modding, but like I'm imagining if Minecraft was well made, could you like 2,000 FPS could be achievable, you know? Like we're still talking about broken ass buggy fucking poorly optimized Java edition Minecraft running at over 1,000 FPS on a 2080 Ti with the mod. That, I mean, imagine if the game was well made fundamentally. Xanderhall is also, Minecraft is also optimized okay, except when it comes to graphics and multi-threading. No, you can't say this. You can't say this, okay? Minecraft is not well optimized. It has gotten better optimized. Have you ever played Factorio? Very briefly, I couldn't get into it. Minecraft is well optimized in some respects, but as in it's playable, right? It's playable on most people's hardware, I'd say. Most people can boot up Minecraft and play it at some variation of settings at 60 FPS. Minecraft should be playable on a shitty laptop at 500 FPS on like 16 render distance and all maxed out visual settings. There's no reason it shouldn't be playable at that quality. The only reason it's not is it's been poorly made. I really hope that Mojang takes a long time, and it's not even Mojang or Jeb's fault, it's Notch's fault. That's like a fundamental Notch problem. I hope they take time with the 1.20 update, and they're just like, so we're really only adding quality of life and neat little things in this update. What if we took the time as well to modify the game's basic functions? Like, what if we made it so servers were multi-threaded? If they made it so Minecraft servers were multi-threaded in 1.20, if that's even a possible update they could implement, it would be the most popular Minecraft update of all time. Simply because so many modded servers and other servers that are just completely, like, stuck in older versions because of how hard it is to run servers on newer versions of Minecraft, progressively so. If they made 1.20 the optimization and multi-threading update, 2B would be able to update in like a couple days. A ton of servers would be able to update. Like Hypixel, the server, would be able to update to 1.20 and like operate off of that very well. Like, so many servers would run so fucking well if they just did that, and it would be like overnight when the update came out, servers would be able to switch to 1.20 because multi-threading would be so much of a, like, I want you to imagine right now, the best way to describe how Minecraft takes advantage of your CPU, and Minecraft is a majorly CPU intensive game. Like, vanilla Minecraft without a resource pack or texture pack mostly taxes your CPU more so than your GPU, your graphics card. You can see this by pressing Ctrl-Alt-Delete and opening your tasks and seeing what is, like, is CPU being the most used the most during Minecraft, or GPU or RAM, right? You can see it. Guarantee if your game's lagging, it's your CPU that's causing the problem. It's almost always your CPU causing the problem. If you're on a server and the server is lagging, it's always the CPU causing the problem. And the reason for that is correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that you can get mods that allow you to multi-thread run Minecraft client side. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better, and that's like, I think Optifine lets you do it if you turn on the setting, and it massively increases performance, and I think Sodium does it too. However, there is no mod, as far as I'm aware, that makes Minecraft servers multi-threaded. To give you an understanding of what non-multi-threaded gaming at all is like, I want you to imagine that your CPU is like the engine of a car. And my CPU is an 8-core CPU. So imagine my engine is like an 8-cylinder engine. Minecraft forces you arbitrarily, due to how poorly made it is fundamentally, to only utilize 1 cylinder of your 8-cylinder engine. All I am asking here is that Mojang makes it so that Minecraft can actually take advantage of all 8 cylinders of the car's engine, and the car can actually, you know, perform at its maximum possibility that it can. When are you going to do a segment on Hightail and put it on YouTube as a permanent video? I already have a couple of Hightail videos up on YouTube. I think I plan to do a video soon about... The video title that I have in mind is Hightail and the Entitlement of Gamers. Hopefully that gives you an idea of what it would be about. When do you think you'll move to Seattle? When's your ideal of when? Right now, I am pushing to try to get the move done in by the end of January, you know? So right now, I'm trying to, you know, fill up this bar as many streams as possible, maybe even break the goal on the bar as many streams as possible. And I am hoping that, like, midway through January, early January, I'll have enough that I can really get an idea of what range, like price range of houses I can look at for renting. And then by the middle of the month, I want to have found the place, got in contact with the landlord, figured everything out. And by the end of the month, before the 1st of February, I want to be settled in, moved in Seattle. And by Seattle, of course, I mean the broader area around the city of Seattle. You know, Tacoma, east of that, west of that. Well, there is nothing west of Tacoma, except ocean. South of Tacoma, north of Tacoma, which is Seattle. North of Seattle, maybe, actually. I might move north of Seattle. That could be a nice place to live, but it's further from where most of my friends are, which would be kind of shit. So maybe east of Seattle. Like, straight east of Seattle could be cool. That's still also a bit far, but I want to be near the woods. I really want to be near those giant, insane, like, otherworldly forests that the Pacific Northwest is known for. I've never been to one of those forests before, and I really want to see it in person. Yeah, redwoods. Bunch of fucking Erd trees everywhere. And I am the Radical Left. Thank you for the off-stream tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. That is very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Here, let me update the dono goal really fast. And remember, guys, if you want to support the stream, just, you know, help me out, you know? Just kind of, you know, toss a coin to your favorite streamer. You can do so quite simply by hitting the subscribe button or the donate button. And you can subscribe, gift a sub, or you can donate to me on my website, xanderhall.com/live. Hey, by the way, little secret, even if you don't have any money and you don't plan to donate or subscribe, you should still come to my website and make an account, because it's the chat you see on screen. It's the chat I read the most. And also you have a chance of having your white name stripped away and given, you know, an actual color, because you might have a random gifted sub given to you, which unlocks a bunch of emotes, and it's actually really, really cool. So if you're watching in YouTube or Twitch chat right now and you're just like, I can't even donate or subscribe, it's fine. You should still come to the website. It's actually really it's really cool. It's baller as fuck. Come on. Come over here. Here. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come to the website. Do it. Anyway, you can also support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and through Patreon. But with all that said, let's hop right on in to this meme video. All right, what have you sent me, One Piece? fantastic. The Void.
Everybody, I'm SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob, shut the fuck up. Oh, hang on, Mr. Krabs. Squidward called you a bitch.
Mr. Squidward! Did you call me a bitch? Shut your mouth, Squidward!
Hello, everybody.
That's real. That's canon. I saw that episode as a kid. That's lost media. We just witnessed some lost fucking media, dude. Wild. I'm an admin, so I get to use the sub-only emotes for free. You should still subscribe, though, if I'm being honest. That would be pretty based, if you can afford to. Cannibalism is surprisingly legal, lol. I know that there is... Okay, one thing that surprised me was finding out there's a drink that is, like, not commonly, but occasionally drank in, like, Alaska. That's pretty much a shot of vodka with a mummified toe in it. You don't drink or swallow the mummified toe. In fact, it's reused, apparently. But technically, yeah, it is considered cannibalism. I saw a YouTube video about it, where it was like a Vice documentary, or one of those channels where it's like some person goes somewhere and does a crazy thing. And that one was literally... They mummified some dead motherfucker's toe like 50, 80 years ago or something like that, and they've just been using it as like a garnish or something in these drinks. Wasn't that in Yukon? It's definitely in the Yukon. Like it's just a shot of vodka with a mummified big toe in it. It's pretty disgusting. It's pretty vile, yeah. Yukon/Alaska, same thing. When I think of Alaska, I basically just think of Grizzly Hills from World of Warcraft. Xanderhall, I remember you said many people dislike Adam Ruins Everything because of him being preachy, which is kind of true. I don't see it as much when I see DJ Mule or Thought Slime. Well, nobody on the left at this point likes DJ Mule except for Woke Scolds, and they're team players, right? They're playing team sports. So, like, obviously people don't like the smug preachiness of someone like DJ Mule. Thought Slime actually has a community and a fan base, but, like, 50% of the people that I see announcing their Thought Slime fans announce their Thought Slime fans in response to somebody saying, man, I really don't like Thought Slime after what he did to Xanderhall. And then it's somebody saying, I really like Thought Slime's videos. What did he do to Xanderhall? And then there's... click here to read next comment will be like right below there, and you click it and it's like, yeah. Yeah, no, Adam Ruins Everything. He does some good stuff, but there's a really big problem with the left just playing into conservative stereotypes. I do it too sometimes. But the Adam guy from Adam Ruins Everything, is he not like the archetypal, whichever term is right, isn't he like the archetypal lefty soy boy? Like, he literally looks like a soy boy. He spends all of his time debunking things, and the debunking thing is literally like a conservative meme where they make fun of the left for debunking their misinformation or providing sources to counteract whatever they claim or pull out of their ass. So like, you're debunking what I said. He's like a debunker. So like he just kind of fits into every single negative stereotype about the left that the right has, which is sad because he's right like 90% of the time. The one time I've ever seen him make a mistake, he made a follow-up segment to address the mistake and like clarify what he got wrong and what the actual truth of the story was. He's actually a pretty like respectable and what's the word for it? He has character and integrity, you know, as far as his coverage of stuff goes. But conservatives will just completely shut their brains off if you say certain words that trigger them, such as problematic. I used to watch Thought Slime until I started watching Voosh last year. It's crazy to me that so many people have like hopped into this community so recently, but I guess it's a good thing, right? Welcome to the community. What's your favorite soup, Zan? Honestly, my favorite soup is miso soup. I like it prepared like this. I like to get it from Japanese restaurants, and I like to get it in that little bowl with the weird-looking spoon. That's like all the way up to the handle, and I like it with little like cubes of tofu in there. A few of those like what are the? I think they're what is the name of it? They're cut into little rings, little green rings. Um, I forget what they're called. Those are really good. Little mushrooms, and the rest of it is like some kind of broth. There's a little bit of seaweed in there, like kelp or spinach. I don't know what it is. It could be seaweed. Some kind of green leafy thing in there. God, my mouth is watering thinking about this miso soup. Fuck. Yeah, it's seaweed? Okay, cool. I didn't even know that. Huh. It tastes really good. I usually don't like seaweed or kelp or whatever. It tastes great in miso soup. Yeah, that is my favorite soup by far. Miso soup goes so goddamn hard. I like it prepared very hot. So, okay, chat. I am about to introduce you to the most delicious meal ever, okay? There was this restaurant in Florida, and I'm actually going to find it and tell you the name of it so that I can recommend it to you guys who live in Florida, particularly in Tampa. Is this it? They very well could have changed their name since last time I've been there, because it has been quite a few years since last time I've been there. Nope, I don't see their names, so instead I'm just going to find the basic food. Okay, chat. You ready to see some absolutely goated shit? What I like to get when I go to Japanese restaurants is miso soup as my appetizer. You know, I get a nice little bowl of miso soup and eat that. And the main meal, hibachi steak. So all of this is cooked on the hibachi grill. This is steak, zucchini, mushrooms, and then rice with peas, carrots, corn, a little bit of egg. And it's absurdly amazing. It's so goddamn good. Go to any Japanese hibachi restaurant, at least anywhere in America I've been to, get this and you will not be displeased. Yeah, it's fried rice. It's so goddamn good. Oh my lord. Oh, fuck. Now I want to order some hibachi on DoorDash. God damn. Listen, you watch Vosh, his food takes are like, guys, get a potato and stab some holes in it with a fork and then put it in the microwave and make a baked potato. It's so good, trust me, guys, which is true. My advice is like, guys, look at this delicious fucking fried rice, hibachi steak, and you know, hibachi cooked zucchini and mushrooms, you know? Like, my food takes are far better, I think. I probably made your mouths water. Mine sure is. More cooking streams, Zan? Would you guys want me to get like a hibachi grill for home? They're not expensive. You can get ones that are like for $40 that are like literally like countertop hibachi grills. And I could make that at home for a streamer video once I'm settled in Seattle. I've done a few cooking streams on my channel before. I did them all on Twitch. So if you don't follow me on Twitch and you don't like have notifications for me on Twitch, then you won't get notified when I do those cooking streams and you won't have seen them. But I've done 2 cooking streams so far. At least 3, actually. No, I did 3. I did one where I made steak, green, what are they? Steak, asparagus, salmon, and I think a bit of rice. And that was really good. And then I did another stream where I made Mexican fajitas. And that was really good. I made chicken and steak fajitas, and it was fantastic. Like exactly how you would get it from a really good Mexican restaurant is how I made it. And they came out really, really good. They came out so fucking good. Yeah, the fajitas had bell peppers mixed in. It was, here, let me actually figure out if I can remember the exact recipe. It was like, obviously the sliced up chicken and the sliced up steak, but then it was seasoned with, it was like, oh my God. So it was like a whole handful this big of seasoning things I was holding in order to, like when I was getting them all out of the like counter, out of the shelf. Out of the cabinet. It was so goddamn good. You guys definitely want to keep an eye out for my cooking streams because I love cooking and I'm actually really good at it. I'm actually pretty damn good at cooking and I like doing it. So expect more cooking content in the future and expect me to talk about politics while I'm cooking as well. And by the way, I like doing cooking that's appetizing to watch. I like when like I'm pouring the steak and the bell peppers and the chicken into the pan and it's all raw, and then when it goes onto the hot pan it starts going like it starts going and sizzling. Like I love that shit. Induction or gas? I honestly think gas is probably better for cooking. Like if you really, really cook, gas is better because if you turn the gas off, you literally lose the heat immediately. If you take it off of gas or you like turn the gas off, boom, heat's gone. You get carryover heat, but it's not enough to burn your food. So it is way easier to do more fine-tuned cooking with gas, in my opinion. Induction is just handy and really like easy and convenient, but you objectively have less control of like the temperature of your pan or your pot. It's not a big deal if you know what you're doing, but I definitely would prefer cooking on gas. I like most of my best cooking was done on a gas stove. You sweat like a motherfucker though when you cook with a gas stove. You got to remember that blue heat coming out of that like burner is literally like 3 feet, 4 feet, like below your face. So you're just getting blasted with the heat from blue fire that is heating up your food, heating up your pan. So when it's why if you go into like an actual professional kitchen at a restaurant, almost all the like pretty much every stove is a gas stove. If it's like a real restaurant where they cook food there, that's why the kitchen's so hot. Kitchens are actually really, really fucking hot. Like professional kitchens, like you sweat like a motherfucker. Not because of necessarily all the hard work and rushing around, but because there are, a bunch of stovetops blasting blue fire nonstop, heating up the entire room. So that's like an unironic real, you can't handle the heat, stay out of the kitchen. Yeah. So yeah, other than the fact that they put off a ridiculous amount of heat to the area around you, gas stoves are definitely better for cooking. You could just get a gas grill, right? And just use it outside, and then you lose most of the issue. I don't have gas and don't switch to it. It's not worth the danger, and I don't have the room for one of those big gas bottles. There's definitely some dangerous aspects to gas stoves, like you can get a gas leak and blow your entire house up. It's always a worry, but not common. Zendrago, thank you for the 5 buccarinos. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Says, don't worry, Zan. We'll bring you around on FF14 Supremacy soon enough. You're only an ARR. There's still so much for you to go through. I do have a lot to do in FF14, and I'm quite excited to do it, Zendrago. I appreciate the kind words and the dono. Thank you. Softest Leftist, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very kind of you. Says, thank you to one of the online figures that helped me grow out of my shell enough to have respectful discourse with my GOP dad. Also, your blanket looks cute. This is my cat's favorite blanket, and it's just very soft and comfortable, and it's thin and small. It literally covers my legs, the part of me that gets cold, perfectly, without overheating my upper body, the part of me that gets hot really easily. Like, my upper body and my lower body are polar opposites. My legs literally freeze super easily, but everything from my, cock and balls up overheats really easily. So, I have to keep, a nice blanket over my legs while keeping my upper body nice and, aired down and cool to keep myself from sweating. It's bizarre. It's very bizarre. I agree, but I want to hear Zan's take personally. Take on what, Tristan6182? But yeah, I'm really glad to hear that, Softest Leftist. That's really cool that I was able to help you. I guess apparently you learned enough from my videos to have a conversation with your GOP dad. My dream is once we set up in Seattle, I can get basically a room that is like a filming room, like a professional green screen filming room, almost like with a desk and set up similar to that of John Oliver, for example. And for that room, I would be able to do videos where I get a haircut, clean shaven, a suit, I'm going all in to be professional as fuck, and I do a video that is meant to be, show this to your friends and family who don't like blank, or who don't understand blank, right? So, for example, you could have one, show your friends and family that don't understand socialism, and it would just be a 5-minute, really fast, well-substantiated, fact-based argumentation explanation of all the basic science and points and, understanding behind a topic, and then the arguments against the common talking points, debunking them, and then a non-judgmental thank you for listening to me. If you want to learn more, here are some things you can Google. I highly recommend doing your own research. Sort of like a PragerU video. Basically just an educational, non-judgmental, completely seemingly non-politically biased video that you would be able to show anybody regardless of what their judgments may be. Because here's what you have to understand. Let's say you've got an edgelord friend who is a little iffy. He's not racist, he's not a bigot, but he's an edgy boy, and he's a little bit iffy when it comes to trans people, right? If you try to show him a thought slime video on trans rights, do you think that's going to go over well? Probably not. Probably not. Then again, let's say you've got a liberal wine mom who's kind of a feminist turfy type who you want to bread pill on trans rights. A thought slime video might not do it, but certainly an edgy debate bro channel that might have helped the last guy isn't going to help the wine mom, feminist liberal who's kind of turfy. So the point of a video like this would be that it would be so neutral in presentation and so unobjectionable at first glance, you would not be able to read any false or negative assumptions from the very, just from the presentation, the person talking, or anything like that. And the main focus would literally just be the facts and the data. So you could literally send the video to anybody, and they would probably give it a chance. That's the goal with a video type like that. It would just be a very basic, quick, fact-based breakdown of a topic that you could literally send to any friend. You send it to your friends who are a little iffy, send it to your friends who are conservative. Hopefully they watch it. If they do, they'll probably come out of it with their, questioning their bad beliefs. Hey, Heavy Gretel, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, doing videos that are here, send this to your friends who don't understand socialism or your friends who don't understand communism, and actually just unironically breaking down exactly what it is in an understandable and entertaining way that isn't cringy, like most lefties tend to do as well, or like obnoxious, just in a very professional and yet entertaining and engaging way. Explain what socialism is. It is not when the government does stuff. Whether you like it or not, this is what socialism actually is. This is what it's based on. Here are some examples of socialist movements in the past and socialist figures based on their beliefs. And, you know, just put the facts out there. You know, I'd really like to do a video series like that once I'm settled in Seattle. I have been brainstorming an ungodly amount of ideas for stuff to do with the channel that you guys are going to like when I get to Seattle. It's actually kind of nutty how many ideas I have. A lot of them involve collaboration. A lot of them involve solo content. A lot of them involve IRL content. A lot of them involve streamed online content. There's a lot of really cool stuff coming up. You guys have no fucking idea. I've never been more hyped for my channel. I've never been more hyped to make content for the channel. I'm so goddamn excited. Softest Leftist, thank you for the tier 1 sub, says thank you to one of the online figures that helped me grow out of my shell enough to, oh yeah, I already read that one. Sorry. Listen, I'll get stun locked by a donation, finish the stun lock, then say, okay, back to it, and then start reading the donation that stun locked me. That is peak streamer behavior. Streamer brain, if you will. Cr1TiKaL, thank you. Oh my god, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Good lord, that is $25 dues right there. Thank you, thank you. Gifted to Lucky Otter, Catboy Joan Arc, the Sayer of the Law, Uniboy, and Gotskato. I'm sure they all really appreciate it and just sent me a video. Now let's check this out. Did David Martinez get genital implants? Cyberpunk Edgerunners theory. Alright, yeah, we'll watch this quick 56-second video. The answer is yes. Absolutely no fucking doubt he didn't. Queef Jerky, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. If I could get, like, any cyberpunk genital, like, enhancement, ribbing and vibration are what I'd want to go with. Like, imagine if you could literally just get cybernetic ribbing and a vibration feature just added to your currently existing cock. You're set. You're fucking set. You are so absurdly set. You can't actually IRL get a ribbing feature, but as for getting, like, an IRL, like, cock vibrator that, like, actually vibrates your cock, like, built in, I heard there's apparently, like, a cock vibrator ring, like it's a cock ring you put around your cock, and it causes your cock to vibrate like a vibrator. That sounds pretty neat. But what I'm talking about is, like, that, but built into your cock. Regardless, though. Liberium, thank you for the tier 1 sub, says, I turned 22 yesterday. Take my money, Zan. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's very kind. I really appreciate that. Alright, let's watch this Cyberpunk Edgerunners theory.
Did David Martinez get genital implants? In the Cyberpunk universe, genital implants are available to purchase that are used to enhance procreation. Implants in general are a huge part of the anime Cyberpunk.
I hate that this is actually, like, not a meme. This is a serious video. This is actually an unironic, serious lore video breaking down the likelihood of whether or not David Martinez got genital implants. Because there are, in fact, like, you can get, like, a 12-inch long golden retractable cock in the Cyberpunk universe, I'm pretty sure.
Edgerunners, though the genital implants are barely mentioned. However, there is reason to believe that Martinez got these breeding implants due to his affinity for cyber.
Breeding implants? What the fuck?
And to impress his love interest, Lucy. By episode 6, David is shown to have a lot of cyberware installed, and is even mentioned by his Ripper dog.
Listen, my headcanon is that pre-getting chromed up, pre-cybernetics, my headcanon is that David was already hung, right? That he had sort of like that twink, like giant twink cock, you know? That's my headcanon, alright? Just sort of a basic assumption in the back of my mind through the entirety of watching the show. Never even like an active conscious thought, just sort of like a back of my mind general assumption about the character.
That he feels better
He's just like me for real.
in metal than skin, to which the doc replies he's never seen a kid this borged out. This conversation outright states that he loves cyberware over his organic body, meaning it's highly likely that he bought genital implants since he would be comfortable with it than whatever he was born.
Well, he literally, like, he was just a torso by the end, wasn't he? Like, he was literally, we see him being just a torso by the end.
Born with. He is also comfortable sacrificing his humanity
Like, 50 people have left because of spoilers.
to make Lucy happy. He is shown buying lung implants in an effort to impress her, and if he's willing to get these implants for Lucy, he would definitely get genital implants in an effort to impress or make her happy.
I don't think he got the implants to impress Lucy. I think he got the implants because he got stuck in the cycle, right? One of the things that's so interesting about, like, cybernetic implants in the cyberpunk universe is that one is never enough. One will never be enough to make you happy. Let's say you get a cybernetic pair of legs to make yourself run faster. Okay, well now you've got legs that don't wear out when you're running. But, you still got normal human lungs and a normal human respiratory system, which means you're gonna get winded way faster than your legs run out. So another body part will always bottleneck your cybernetics, kind of tempting you into getting another cybernetic part, which will then be bottlenecked by possibly even more biological parts you have, which gets you into the cycle of replacing more and more of you with cybernetics to keep on eliminating all of these bottlenecks you keep coming into, and eventually, you're not human anymore. Eventually, you're Atom Smasher. Does this happen while building PCs, Zan? Sort of, but PCs can actually be maxed out for a while. Like, right now, you can get, like, a Ryzen 9, would it be, like, 5900X, an RTX 4090, a really good motherboard, and like 32 gigs of DDR4 3200 megahertz RAM, and like a good SSD, like a big SSD, and you're good. Like, there's no bottlenecks you're gonna run into. Your shit's set until new generations of hardware come out after a few years. So just once you've got your best computer going, save up for the next 3 years until another graphics card comes out, and then buy that, and you're pretty much good. The hardest part is actually getting the best computer that you could possibly get your hands on. It's expensive, you know? Like, right now, to build a monster of a PC, just the PC hardware, is about $3,500 to $4,000. That's not counting any peripherals, though. So that's mouse, keyboards, monitors, hell, camera and mic. If you want to do content creation, that can run you an extra $1,000 alone, maybe even more. Computer stuff is really expensive. Can you explain why the fuck ribbing is hot? Like ribbed, like having a ribbed cock? Well, because of texture. Like, if you have a ribbed cock, it doesn't matter how big your cock is. If it's not ribbed, like, it's probably going to be a pretty, you know, like, other than veins and whatnot, like, it's a pretty cylindrical, smooth thing, right? It's just sort of, you know, like a cylindrical, smooth thing. So adding some ribbed texture to that, like a ring just a small ring, you know, nothing like too much, right? You've seen ribbed condoms before, I'm sure. Like, imagine that built into your cock. That's gonna result in a lot more like texture spice, I guess you could say, going on for whoever is receiving said dick. This is just basic logic, chat. What do you guys can't? What are you all, virgins? We got a lot of virgins in chat today, it seems. Virgins be like, why would ribbing be good for why would that cause any pleasure for the person receiving it? That makes no sense. How does that work? I'm just kidding. I love you all, okay? You're not virgins. You all have sex 3 times a day. After every meal. Don't worry, guys. Your brains connect themselves after sex. Yeah, it's actually true. You have sex, you lose your virginity, and it's like the world is seen from a completely different perspective. It is life-changing. You truly aren't a human being till you've lost your virginity, if I'm being honest. That's a joke. That's actually what a lot of, like, teenage boys believe. And that's what I believed until I lost my virginity. Like, it really is like, oh my god, it's gonna be life-changing after I lose my virginity, and then I did, and I was like, wow, that was cool. But, like, that was what I basically dedicated 95% of my mental processes to thinking about for the last 8 years. You know? like that's basically the realization that sets in when you lose your virginity. Wow. That is what I've put 95% of my mental capacity into thinking about for the last 8 years. 6 years, whenever you end up losing your virginity. However far from puberty, right? And you realize, wow, that I can actually live my life now that I realize it's not, like, such a life... It's life-changing in some aspects, I guess. Like, it gives you a lot of perspective. But the perspective is more so of, oh, it's not as big of a deal as I thought it was. Once you've lost your virginity, sex instantly becomes less of a big deal, which instantly makes it more common to you. Like, the instant you start, like, respecting potential sexual partners as human beings and even regarding them as friends and, like, treating them with respect, like, it is instantly a 50% higher chance of you actually having sex with them. I used to think that too, and then I lost it and was like, huh, wasn't I supposed to ascend to a higher level of consciousness or something? Exactly, right? Like you imagine you're gonna, like, step out. In my case, in the case of me, it was a car. Like, I imagine I was gonna step out of this car, and it would be like some veil would be lifted off my eyes. My vision would be clear. The world would make sense. Like, I would suddenly start seeing, like, geometry, like measurements, like rulers, hovering alongside trees to signify how tall they are. All the universe was supposed to start making sense, and I was like, oh, okay, no, it's just a thing that you can do. Oh, okay, oh, all right. And it's all, yeah. Exactly, Heavy Griddle, yeah. Alright. Dendrago, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Says also, FF Final Fantasy, the NPC dungeon group system was a recent addition. They added it in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, and have been retroactively reworking all of the old dungeons to include it as well. Yeah, I really like it. It's really good. They need to add it to WoW. They need to add it to WoW. Like, if you could grind through questing up to, like without having to play with other players, up to actual raiding, then so many more people would raid. Imagine if you could do your heroic dungeons to grind out your gear, like your raiding gear, with NPCs. I'm literally just capped by how many badges of justice I have right now in WoW Wrath of Lich King. I literally just can't be fucked to log on and do the world quests and heroics I need to do to get the badges of justice I need to get the gear I need to actually be able to raid. That's the only thing stopping me from raiding right now in WoW. Yeah, I can't be fucked to do the world quests for the goddamn badges or run the heroics. I kind of want to give FF14 a try, and I hate MMOs in general, but it looks good. FF14 plays like a single-player RPG game in every aspect except the parts that require you to play with other players. And in that respect, there's this vibe of, like, when you're leveling and you look around at the other people leveling too, you all know you're playing through this, like, single-player RPG quality story. Like, the story of FF14 is fucking great. You don't need to read all of the text in the early parts. Like, grind through the story quests up until you start seeing cutscenes that are voiced. That's when you want to start paying attention to the story and, like, internalizing stuff and getting attached to the characters and whatnot. Up until then, you can watch, like, a video that explains the story. I think Jesse Cox did a really good one that breaks down the story up and, like, yeah. But yeah, thank you for the $5, Dindrago. I really appreciate that. Let me update the dono goal, take a piss, and then we're gonna start on our first segment. All right, chat. I'll be right back from pissing. Gotta go piss. What is up, guys? I return from pee-pee time. Hey Zan, have you thought of making a second channel for non-politics segments like the Vosh Pit? So, I have thought about making a second channel, and I have made a second channel. It does exist. But I'm still trying to figure out exactly what I want to do on it. What do I want to be on the second channel, and what do I want to be on the main channel? Because the question is, do I want to have non-political content on the second channel so that people can just sort of migrate to the second channel as they please in order to see the political content, or do I want some non-political content on the main channel to help, sort of get my fans into the non-political content that I do, so they'll be more so Xanderhall fans than, Xanderhall fans when I'm doing something they want to hear about. It's hard to say. Vosh is currently streaming, and no wowie as he pees. Oh no! He didn't know wowies when Vosh was peeing? I know he's live right now, but okay. That's how H-Bomber Guy does it? No, Vicky. So, the type of... Alright, chat. Let me let you guys in on an optimistic and very wild idea that I have. Who here remembers there's a few old Minecraft series that happened back in the day that managed to achieve this general vibe and idea that I want to get. Who remembers the Yogscast Tekkit series or the Mayanite Captain Sparkles series? Those are two examples that pulled this off. There were a bunch of other ones too. Basically like modded SMPs that also kind of had a story. I would like to create something very much like that. I've got a friend who's very good at story and world building, and it would be cool if I could get him to create a big custom map, make that into a server, and it would be like, there'd be players, like, that would play characters, and there'd be a story that I don't know, and that, the other players wouldn't know, and it'd be a whole, like, cooperative thing. Ideally with other political streamers, or other streamers in general. You do realize streams started over a half an hour ago, and you haven't made a single segment for Cherry yet? Yes. Yeah. Basically like a kind of RP... Yeah, there'd be RP elements to it as well. Yeah. Wow, that sounds great. Yeah, I think it would be pretty cool. The question is, how would I pull this off? Inviting streamers and fans who are subbed on the channel, or subbed on the website, of course, so we know they're not gonna, you know, grief or do anything bad. They're pretty trustworthy, but still, how do we pull that off when we've got, like, if I want to bring in YouTubers and stuff, and fans to be a part of it? It's hard to say how we could pull this off, but I think it would be really cool. Anyway, Dendrago, thank you for the $5. That's very kind, very base, very pog. Says, just don't do what Vosh did with FF14. He skipped through the entirety of the story and only started paying attention in Endwalker and ended up completely lost. You want to watch the Jesse Cox video about, like, the basics of the story before you play the game at all, and that'll make a lot of stuff make sense when you, like, start your character. But then from there, like, as long as you know the basic structure of what's going on, you really don't need to know, like, you don't need to stop and read all of those fucking dialogue boxes. You just don't need to. You can start paying attention to the story again when the cutscenes with voice start. Because, God, is it really annoying just to... Video games should not make you read. Video games should not make you read. Simple as. There's really no other way to put it. Video games simply should not make you read. Alright, here, I updated the dono goal. Alright, chat, so here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna start by talking about the Charlie, aka Critical, and SNEAKO drama. And after that segment, if you guys are very well behaved, I want to show you guys my single-player world that I've been fucking around in Tekkit 2. Really fast. Just a quick little tour of my base and all the cool technology and magic stuff I've been doing in the mod pack, because they updated Tekkit, like the OG Tekkit from like 2011, 2012. They updated Tekkit, the mod pack, to 1.12.2. So all the mods are updated, the game's more updated, it's just the texture packs are updated and it feels like playing old Tekkit Classic again, but better. Like, it's so good. If I did do that hypothetical Minecraft series I mentioned before, by the way, I'd want to start it in Tekkit 2. If not that, like a heavily vanilla plus modded mod pack. There's a couple of, like, really good mods that are very small but change the game in such a way that just makes vanilla feel like a better game. Like, you'll see. You guys will see what I have in mind. Regardless, though, let me get the critical thing set up. Oh wow, Vosh is live. Cringe.
I mean it when I say...
Whoa! Chill out, buddy. Alright. Alright, everybody. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, I really don't think the person we're talking about today needs any introduction. He is, without a doubt, one of the largest and most well-known content creators on all of YouTube, and he goes by the name, well, he actually goes by a couple of names. A lot of people who know him well know him as Charlie. People who know him fairly well know him as Moist Critical, and people who see his videos and they're recommended and never click on him know him as penguinz0. penguinz0? I think it's, yeah, that's the best that I can get. Regardless, though, very popular content creator, and listen, I like his videos a lot. I really do. But my biggest criticism of Critical has to be that, like, alright, who here remembers those memes from, like, 2019, 2020 that people would post on, like, Twitter, where it'd be like, sorry, I don't have an opinion on that yet, Vosh hasn't made a video about it. Hypers, if you remember those memes on Twitter. You'd see them a lot back then. They were pretty damn common, and it was, like, commonly passed around meme. Regardless, The point of the meme was sort of to ironically and satirically make fun of people who in the political space would just find popular lefty content creators, or frankly any popular content creator who does political content, to basically get their opinions from. They're counting on the idea that that political content creator has done more rigorous research than them and is smarter than them, and so they take their opinions from that content creator, basically just assuming, well, I got this opinion from a position of perceived authority, so this must be trustworthy information, a trustworthy opinion, a valid opinion. And this is unfortunately a much more common scenario outside of the political scene. So many people clearly got their opinions on something from a YouTuber. And I mean, not like, oh, they learned about a topic and then formed their own opinion after watching a YouTuber. I mean, no. It feels like more than ever these days, people just got their opinion on insert thing from their favorite YouTuber. Just copy-pasted it. Just assumed, yes, this YouTuber I like must have the correct opinion. And will literally change their opinion on the most minute shit. It can be their opinion on a video game. And they'll change their opinion on it if their favorite content creator tells them to. And while I don't think Charlie does this knowingly, I do think his channel and his community are the epitome of that tendency. So Charlie's videos are presented in a very monotone, non-judgmental way, for the most part. There's definitely some judgment, but it doesn't feel preachy, right? There's not much preachiness happening. Regardless, though, they're still very effective in capturing people's sense of like, oh, this guy is reasonable and seems smart and chill. I can just get my opinions from him. How many people can you tell on Twitter or YouTube or whatever have clearly gotten their opinion on a piece of media or whatever it may be from Critical? I don't need you guys to answer that. It's quite a few. And that is without a doubt my biggest criticism of him. It's not a problem with him, and it's not something that's necessarily his fault. It's more so a symptom of his popularity that has sort of irked me in a weird way. But overall, I really like Charlie's videos. I think they're really good. And overall, I think usually he has pretty good political positions, even if he can be a little bit of a centrist. I don't think he's really left-wing. I think he's like a liberal, you know, like a basic liberal. Regardless, though, recently, he got into drama with SNEAKO. That's right. For lack of a better comparison, SNEAKO is like Andrew Tate's manservant. And he basically just sits there and calls with Andrew Tate all day going, "Oh my god, bro, I didn't know that, bro. Wait, the Jews practice black magic? And they curse the white man? Oh, I didn't know that, man. Oh my god, that's crazy, bro. Holy shit. Did you hear that, guys? Type W in chat, bro. Type W in chat." That's basically like an insight into the average SNEAKO stream. It can literally be anything from like red pill MRA stuff to Nazi propaganda. It is pretty wild. Anyway, apparently Critical made fun of him, or SNEAKO made fun of Critical. I actually don't know how this all started. I haven't seen this video yet. I don't pre-watch these things. So, yeah, let's check it out, see what the fuck happened. Based Critical taking down SNEAKO. I told you guys, we are currently in the storm, the midst of my long-predicted anti-SJW era 2, the next Gamergate 2, whatever you want to call it. However, I've also recently started to see signs that we are swinging back the other direction. I'm starting to see that, you know, obviously, as I've said before, the right, once it achieves the success that they want, quickly fails thereafter because people are able to realize how cringy and bad the right is. They always get too big for their britches and fall apart. I feel like that's what's happening now. Elon Musk's reputation is getting worse by the day, with large content creators, well-loved content creators by normies, making call-out videos on Elon Musk now, realizing it is becoming more profitable to hate Elon Musk and his politics and his dumb decisions than to dick ride him his politics and his dumb decisions. mini Gamergate. No, not a mini Gamergate. This has lasted about as long as the original Gamergate has, and I think it will last about as long as the original did too. And I think this will all happen over again. Maybe worse, maybe not as bad. But there are other areas in which we're seeing it, but I think this is definitely one of them. One of the largest content creators that people basically copy-paste their opinions from, making a video on one of the most popular red pill, anti-SJW, anti-feminist, anti-anything progressive, person ever. Oh, right, Kaya defended Kiwi Farms. Oh, yeah, the podcast host that Charlie has, Kaya, I've watched that podcast for a little while, not often, but occasionally, and I could tell that guy's a reactionary just by his accent. I don't know how, but there's something just about his accent and his voice that was able to tip me off to the fact he was a reactionary before even seeing his actual political takes. That guy fucking ruins the podcast. Well, I mean, Critical's pretty based, but not based enough to dunk on people that are like chuddy, semi like crypto reactionaries, you know? I don't even think like Kaya's a reactionary. I think he's just kind of, like a anti-SJW gamer bro, more or less. That's all I can tell. Regardless, let's hop right into this.
I mean it when I say I didn't really want to talk about today's topic. It's just some medium rare internet beef that I think is just kind of worthless to go over, but so many people keep bringing it up to me that I feel I should at least talk about it to some extent. So I'll go ahead and cannonball into the septic tank and doggy paddle around for a bit. The main topic involves a banned YouTube creator that I'm sure you've all heard of before. His name is SNEAKO. A lot of people compared him to like a diet Andrew Tate. He recently got banned, and he still does make content elsewhere. And recently, he started targeting me because I made jokes about his friends on the Fresh and Fit podcast, whom I think are beautiful clowns that do some very silly stuff that is entirely...
Bro, get stoned and watch the Fresh and Fit podcast. If you want to feel like you've gone through that, like, I don't know what way there is to describe it. It's like going through a wormhole and popping out in another universe. That's what watching the Fresh and Fit podcast is like. Times 10 if you're high.
Entertaining to make fun of, but SNEAKO didn't see it that way because he's a very sensitive guy, and he started writing their wieners to try and defend a blatantly outrageous story that one of them told about meeting a basketball player at a party, then being invited by that basketball player to a mansion, and then fucking a ton of girls at that mansion thanks to the basketball player, which sounds like something a Tumblr account would have made up, and ending with, and everybody clapped. It was such a goofy piece of fan fiction, it felt like he was begging to be humiliated and made fun of, so... I started throwing some balls at the clown and dunking them in the tank. I made a video talking and joking about it, and SNEAKO saw this and he wasn't too happy, so he got offended on his friend's behalf, which of course is a very alpha male thing to do. I know SNEAKO doesn't like that nomenclature, he never calls himself an alpha male and thinks that it belittles him, but his fan base is and has been red-pilled and thinks of him as like a no-nonsense kind of guy who tells it like it is, a man's man. And yet, SNEAKO cries more than a 12-year-old going through puberty and has very public temper.
I was really worried that Critical was going to end up... Alright. You know how, like, in a video game, you'll have a minor villain that's really, really strong, and you'll fight them, and they'll lay your ass out when you fight them. But then you beat them, and you talk it out. And that, like, minor villain now becomes an ally. Perhaps even a playable character. And now they're, like, 10% as strong as they were when they were your opposition. Now they're on your side, they're bitch made. But when you were fighting them, they were strong as fuck. That's how I feel. A lot of, like, large popular content creators are when it comes to, like, switching over from benefiting the right in some way to benefiting the left in some way, you know? Like, think about it with Ethan Klein. How many people do you think, in some way, during the anti-SJW era, found themselves somewhere nearing alt-right because of Ethan Klein. It's not his fault. He just made videos making fun of like the crazy humongous what lady. But the algorithm leads you somewhere if you watch that stuff. Watch that one video about the crazy humongous what lady, the algorithm sends you somewhere. So now Ethan Klein is on the left and makes content that is pretty left-leaning. And he is like nowhere near as popular or successful or wide-reaching. Ethan Klein's like switch over from the left feels like the definition of that tendency in games, where the minor villain that was laying you out 5 minutes ago, that is now your ally, is now bitch made as fuck and like toned down now that they're on your side. Like they got nerfed. Sure, Lexi, but like H3H3 has been broadly, like his reputation has been broadly taken down outside of like lefty communities and his community. Like if you ask the average YouTube user, what do you think of H3H3? They'll say, oh man, he fell off. And you ask them, when did he fall off? They'll say, when he started getting all preachy and talking about lefty politics all the time. Guarantee it. A lot of people stopped liking H3H3 because he changed, quote unquote. Same thing happened with iDubbbz. Once you stop kind of catering to the right, now you've fallen off and they'll stop supporting you.
Tantrums like a child who didn't get the Spider-Man toy they wanted for Christmas. So he was upset because I was making fun of them. He then makes a big rant about me, calling me a bitch, saying all kinds of things. He doesn't really make any points. He just insults my appearance a lot and makes very bold assumptions about me not going outside and shit like that, which of course has nothing to do with anything I was saying, nor does it debunk any of my points. Not that I was even really making points, I was just making jokes about a silly fucking story, and he's
To be clear, by the way, we're talking about a guy who in his debate with Hunter Avallone repeated 3 times, my positions are correct because I am more popular than you. And if you were correct, you would have more viewers on your stream right now. That was the core of SNEAKO's argument when debating Hunter. I'm sorry to admit it, but the left having less social power, less people watching, their content and engaging, is used as propaganda against the left by the right. It's why if you're a consumer of lefty content, no matter who you're watching, whether it be me, larger content creators, smaller content creators, you need to support them. Likes, comments, and subscriptions. It helps. It's free, and it helps. In a growing internet that is becoming increasingly more and more biased in favor of the right. And I mean this, by the way. The internet right now is more biased in favor of the right than it has ever been. Twitter is now in Elon Musk's grasp. Nothing gets through onto the trending page without Elon Musk say so on Twitter. He's got a stranglehold on Twitter, and he is a reactionary. YouTube is straight up just full striking lefty channels left and right, sometimes even for criticizing right-wing content that is getting millions of views, breaking TOS, and getting away with it. Like, YouTube is actively, it's like the equivalent of, the kid, the bully who bullies, the one kid, and then the one kid fights back against the bully, but then the kid who fights back against the bully gets in trouble for it. That is what YouTube is right now. Right-wing content creators upload nonstop hate speech and TOS violating content, and then when you, as a left-wing channel who's smaller, have to respond to that content, you have to walk on eggshells worrying that your reacting to that video will get your channel striked. Because the algorithm will sense that video, the video you're reacting to, is being TOS and give you the strike, but not to the actual channel posting it, because let's be real, these massive multi-million sub channels that are bringing in hundreds of millions of views a month with political commentary on the right probably have some sort of behind closed doors, have some sort of, maybe we don't hit them with the strike every time they say trans people are subhuman, which they do in every video, because if they did actually do that, then these channels would be gone. So then we got YouTube is just biased as fuck in favor of the right. I mean, at this point, at this point, you can literally just, at this point, you can literally just, like, check, what's it called? Check Twitter. Or check YouTube Shorts, actually, is a better place to check. Check YouTube Shorts and just search any topic. Search any topic on YouTube, click whatever is the top short recommended to you, and then watch it. Then click the next short. Click through 10 shorts. Within those 10 shorts, I guarantee you'll get some conservative chud podcast clip, whether it be Joe Rogan or an Andrew Tate clip or a SNEAKO clip or just some hustle culture, dude bro, red pill, like probably ripped off of TikTok and re-uploaded onto the Shorts algorithm bullshit within 10 clicks next, like swipes, through the YouTube Shorts algorithm. It's not a rabbit hole anymore. It's more of like a diving board straight into the deep end. That's what it's like now to be in the YouTube Shorts algorithm with right-wing content. So, yeah. Support your favorite lefty content creators, because the right is dominating every form of social media right now. There really isn't a social media site biased in favor of the left right now, except for maybe Tumblr.
Taking it as if I just gave a TED Talk.
Please stop spamming me shit. Please stop spamming me shit about Kaya. I know he's a fucking chud. I know. You guys have been spamming random Reddit links for like the last 30 minutes. Stop it. I don't care about this guy. If I called him out, it would literally at best just result in them on the podcast doing a segment on me, dunking on me, because I'd look like an SJW for calling him out over dog whistles, because that's what dog whistles will do. They make anybody who calls them out look crazy, and then boom, I've got some of the largest content creators on YouTube shit-talking me online. Not a very good look, is it, chat? You gotta think. Use your brains. I can't call out dog whistles being used by, like, the friend of one of the largest content creators on YouTube. It'll get me nuked.
Monogamy, because for some reason he somehow gets lost in like this Winter Soldier episode, like this delusional fantasy where he starts making a statement on monogamy, which of course had nothing to do with the video I made.
Oh, by the way, something that a lot of left-wing commentators are not really good at catching up on is the modern day right, the alt-right rabbit hole right, like the what's pulling in all the Zoomers, is not like hyper Christian conservative anymore. They're leaning more towards this, like, memeified perception of Islam. So, as many of you may know, Andrew Tate recently came out as Muslim. Take with that what you will. I believe that SNEAKO has also been showing signs of being interested in that, because he is literally Andrew Tate's lapdog. And a lot of the draw seems to be like the culture around like women having less rights, respect, etc., and being able to have like a harem of women. Like that is now what the dudes in these red pill spaces idolize. It's more so like this memeified ideal quote unquote that they have of Islam in their mind, that they're now sort of glorifying instead of Christian conservative values like they used to. So you got to update that. You got to update that understanding in your mind, guys. It's not the Christian, like, monogamy bullshit anymore. It's like this shit.
I'm not going to say names. Someone texted me. He's in a monogamous relationship.
So here we have SNEAKO, who's apparently dug around to find a picture of Critical and his girlfriend. Douchebag behavior, scumbag behavior, nothing to be surprised by coming from Andrew Tate, though, to be honest. Or not Andrew Tate, SNEAKO, to be honest. But for those of you guys that don't know, SNEAKO actually makes fun of people who are in monogamous relationships. And, yeah, it's pretty crazy.
This is his girl.
By the way, I'm just going to say, if any of you ever consider doing, like, content online, like streaming content, videos, whatever it may be, 1, don't date. 2, if you do date, keep it a fucking secret. 3, if you can't keep the fact you're dating someone a secret, keep the identity of that person a secret. Because if you can't succeed at least one of these 3 things, your relationship will be poked and prodded at from every direction and in every way. You will have like threads on the darkest corners of the internet with like pictures of your girlfriend or screenshots of your girlfriend from your stream where it's like, if you look from this angle, you can see from the skull shape or like just the most wild fucking shit you can imagine. If you are a large public figure and you have a partner who is not also a large public figure, it doesn't matter that they are a large public figure. They will be a massive, massive target, and you make yourself massively vulnerable online by making it public that you're dating somebody. So the best thing you can do is not date at all, because then you don't have that weakness at all, and you can focus entirely on your internet career. If you do have to date, you can keep it entirely a secret. And if you can't keep it entirely a secret, you can keep the identity of who you're dating a complete secret, and that is the best you can really do. But yeah, this little bit with SNEAKO here is a pretty good insight into why that is the case. It's not nice. It's not a good thing. I'm not happy about it, but it is a reality of the internet that you just, if you're an online content creator and you're in a relationship, making that relationship public to the whole internet will make that relationship objectively harder.
So they
Male feminist energy in SNEAKO's chat. By the way, you guys, every time I make a good argument, I need you guys to type W, like in all caps W, or maybe even just Zan W. Listen, guys, every time I make a good point, you agree with me or anything like that, you guys gotta type W or Zan W. That's what SNEAKO's chat does, and apparently it works really, really well. Just constant affirmation that the streamer is correct makes viewers who are questioning their beliefs just assume, well, YouTuber must be correct then. Remember, guys, I'm a YouTuber, so everything I say is true.
There you go. I mean, I told you, like, I could hear it in your voice. The fact that someone doesn't have to abide by those rules, someone could go and fuck a lot of bitches, that it's so foreign to a lot of people's ideas, because when you get brainwashed, when you get told that monogamy is the answer.
What the fuck are you even talking about? What does this have to do with anything? What does bringing up a picture of me and my girlfriend have anything to do with anything that has happened? And where is monogamy even coming from? You're fighting an invisible enemy right now. You're fighting ghosts that aren't real. Like, none of this had anything to do with the video itself of me joking about a stupid fucking story that this guy told. Like, it's so weird, and he's been...
So, we're kind of getting an introduction now, or I should say Critical is getting an introduction now, into the fact that conservative commentators argue entirely in personal insults. What? Like, it's kind of cute watching Critical try to, like, mentally grasp, like, what the fuck is going on, because I don't think he realizes that conservatives don't care about facts, truth, logic, anything like that. They literally just care about arguing in the most spicy insults. So, like, it's interesting watching somebody who's not really affiliated with politics and doesn't really, like, know a lot about politics realize how objectively evil the right is, you know?
mad ever since, as I understand it. I, of course, don't really watch him, but I keep getting updates on SNEAKO not being happy, wiggling his finger saying, I don't really like this Charlie guy anymore for this. Now, like I said, because so many people keep bringing this up to me every day, I felt obligated to at least, you know, talk about this a little bit and engage with the drama, even though I don't really want to. What I do want to talk about, though, is the Black Friday Moist Global merch sale, baby.
Okay, my dude just dropping that sponsorship. Whew! Clean.
Out, they won't be restocked, so if you're at all interested, go to Moist Global.
Hey, wait, is he wearing a kimono right now? I just realized this motherfucker's wearing a kimono. This is a kimono that says Moist on it. I've never bought YouTuber merch before, not once in my life, but I might buy a fucking kimono that says Moist on it. I can think of several uses for it. Several. Practical ones. Very practical ones.
Global.com. The link's in the description. I'm going to keep this on for the rest of the video. The only thing I'm missing now is a cigar, so really get into character here. I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit more about this. I am pretty familiar with SNEAKO, probably more so than a lot of his more modern fan base is. I first became aware of his content when he got mad at me a couple years ago because I was criticizing a movie called Cuties. For those that don't know, Cuties was a movie that went to Netflix, and it was basically just soft.
Gee, I just realized that is how the entire Mr. Girl franchise saga started. That's how I first learned about Mr. Girl, was from his defense of cuties. So wild to think it's been so long now. Wild. God, time flies when you're living in a hell world, huh?
Softcore child porn. It was a movie that focused on twerking and a coming-of-age film that used real children in...
The movie was sus as fuck. Listen, I've heard the arguments for, like, what the director wanted to do with the movie, yada yada yada. Doesn't matter. Movie still ended up being sus as fuck, and a bunch of pedos online simped for it and stand for it, ruined anything the movie tried to do. Don't care what anybody says. The whatever positive goal the filmmaker had in mind when making Cuties was thrown out the window pretty much instantly. It just ended up, as Critical just said, just ended up functioning as softcore CSAM. like just real sussy kind of shit.
In real position.
To be fair, I actually haven't seen the movie. I watched Shoe on Head's review of the movie. Shoe on Head did a video that was, I watched Cuties so you don't have to, and I watched I watched Shoe on Head's review of Cuties, and she, like, explained it, and I was like, oh yeah, it sounds horrific, and I'm assuming she didn't lie. I'm hoping she didn't lie, so let's hope that was accurate information. Don't watch it. I don't plan to. I'd actually forgotten the movie had existed until right now.
Positions of, like, sexualization, where during, like, a twerking contest, they'd have cameras that would go, like, right into their ass and zoom in. It was fucking disgusting stuff. And I made a whole video talking about how fucked up it is that not only does it exist, but Netflix has promoted it and it's on their service. Regardless of what the intention was or what the message aimed to deliver from the director, it completely missed the mark by using real child actors and doing the things that they...
Yeah, like, I feel like they very easily could have gotten around the issue by just not using, like, child actors. Like, why didn't they just hire some, like, young-looking adult women? You know? Like, just make it, like, at least fractionally less weird. You know? At least then you're getting a point across about a thing that you think is bad without actually doing the thing that you think is bad in order to depict what you think is bad, right? Like you watch an episode of Law and Order SVU, right? And the show, at least in some part, raises awareness about rape and sexual assault, but, like, they wouldn't have, like, an actor get actually raped and murdered on set for the show to depict it. In the case of using actual children, you're doing the bad thing to depict it, even if the message is it's bad. There are ways to get around that by just not using children. Why'd they use children? I don't understand why it was such an easy decision to not do that. And it could have been an award-winning, like, a cultural landmark of commentary on the way that young girls are forced into sexualization in our increasingly, seemingly pedophilic society. I don't know, like, it could have been something good, but apparently not. I actually don't think society's getting more pedophilic, but I think the right is getting more control of society, and they're the pedophiles. So in that way, society's getting more pedophilic.
Did in the film, it became a movie that was only enjoyed by legitimate, real, self-admitted pedophiles. And I made a video talking about how gross that whole situation was, and SNEAKO made a response to it saying that the outrage around this film is misplaced, and it's actually a good movie.
Americans are like, this is deplorable. I saw this commentator, penguinz0, who I actually like. There's not a lot of good commentators, but he's like, this movie is deplorable. There's nothing good about it. There's nothing. And it's like he didn't even watch the movie. It's just like he only saw the clips that were going to piss him off. Or he...
You know what's really funny? When I got into my last arc of arguing with lolicons, for those of you guys that don't know what that is, lolly basically means, like, child in anime, right? Like, if you ever see an anime little girl, that's what a lolly is. Lolicon refers to people that consume lolly porn, which is functionally drawn child porn. And I believe that the vast majority, if not all lolicons, assuming what they're consuming and what they're calling lolly when consuming it is drawings of clearly children, are pedophiles. And we've had this arc a few times where the lolicons get really mad because I call a spade. And there's like a whole big like arc of argument with them on Twitter and on stream. And the most recent one, the most common comment I got from all the pedophiles in my replies was, I can tell you've watched barely any anime. You know nothing about lollies. Basically, their response was, you haven't watched enough child porn to have an opinion on whether or not lolly porn is pedo shit. That was their argument. Just like what SNEAKO is saying here, you have to watch and put yourself through their weird pedo shit to actually be able to judge whether or not it is. But even if you do watch it, they'll still say you clearly haven't seen it and call you a liar. It's just an excuse to get out of, like, it's like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, without actually backing up the claim that insert person doesn't know what they're talking about. Lolita was a fucked up book. Humbert, creepy pedo guy. Yeah, my understanding is the term originates from a book about like a old man obsessing with a little like 12-year-old girl, and it's like really cringe. It's literally just the term originates from pedo shit, but they really don't want to be called pedos, so they will literally like fight tooth and nail if you call them what they are.
He just got so triggered by the provocative imagery that he just deplorable. Come on, man. Like, don't you see the reasons why she's doing what she's doing?
SNEAKO has said multiple times, even in his most recent rant, that he does like my content, though I'm pretty sure he just says that to cushion the blow and like tiptoe around it, like before insulting me, just in case there's anyone in his chat that likes my content. He wants to make sure to not make them upset, so he...
Yeah, listen, Critical knows. He knows that his appeal is very broad. Now, if I were to guess, I'd say he probably has more conservatives watching him than he has lefties watching him, because just the nature of YouTube, the internet, and commentary online. Like, if you're way more likely to seek out like commentary content online to get your opinions from a YouTuber if you're a conservative, right? Like, lefties don't usually go out of their way to go find a YouTuber to pull their opinions from. That's basically all right-wingers do. So just by default, if you're a commentary YouTuber like Critical, most of your audience is probably going to be, like, a little bit more on the conservative-leaning side, or maybe, like, not conservative as in, like, politically conservative, but just, like, more, like, just kind of, like, edgy, apolitical, irreverent, I don't really care about politics, leave me alone. And unfortunately, that status, that state, is the perfect, like, starting ground for being a conservative, because the right basically takes the I don't care, just leave me out of politics, you know, sort of base that person is on, and turns it into, why the fuck should I care about other people, that's gay and cringe. So it goes from not really caring about other people and being irreverent to actively demonizing empathy and caring about others and wanting to help others. And that's what I'm saying here. So knowing that, Critical probably knows he has a fair amount of people that are likely to be fans of SNEAKO in his audience. And while I would guess most people that are fans of SNEAKO and Critical are probably bigger fans of Critical than they are SNEAKO, which is why Critical is being so brazen here. I like that he's calling out SNEAKO here, because SNEAKO definitely walks on eggshells about somebody like Critical. You have to understand, this guy is fucking huge. How many views? How many subs does he have? 11.8 million subs, and this video alone in 2 days has gotten 4.3 million views. That is absurd. This guy is huge. He snaps his fingers and he can... Not necessarily. He says a thing and he can shift the direction of internet culture in a pretty substantial way, you know? Like, he has a pretty strong impact. He can start a movement online if he wanted to with the amount of following he has. Which I think is why a video like this is so fucking awesome. Like, a lot of people are going to see this, and a lot of people are actually going to take what Critical says here to heart. This is... SNEAKO might be done after this. He might actually be done, and a lot of the people in his community might also be done. At least done insofar as having the ability to have uncontested, unchallenged, unstoppable growth as they've had for the last while now. I think their names are going to start to be soured enough now that the market saturation is going to, cap them off. We're not going to see as much of SNEAKO anymore pretty soon. That's my theory. I think that a lot of these content creators on the right that are really big right now, Andrew Tate, SNEAKO, all these people, they're really big right now. They're going to be nobodies in like a year or two. Guarantee it. Mark my fucking words. Clip me, save the clip, set a timer and a reminder for a year from now on your computer, and mark my fucking words. And when a year from now hits, whether I'm right or wrong, at me on Twitter with the tweet, and I want to be able to see it so I can quote retweet it and highlight whether I was right or wrong with my prediction.
You make sure to preface it by saying, well, I actually do like him, but, and then goes on to get super personal about it. This was my first real exposure to SNEAKO, and it's also the reason I don't care what his opinion is of me, because it's coming from a man who likes cuties. So why the fuck would it matter if he thinks I'm a bitch or anything like that? It legitimately couldn't mean less coming from a guy who openly defends a softcore child porn production.
Okay, if I ever wanted to get canceled, this is the video. I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z.
Now, the reason I'm showing this isn't just to debate a multiple-year-old SNEAKO video that he completely ate shit on and had the worst possible take of with this whole cutie situation. The reason I'm showing this is because I haven't liked him since I saw this side of him.
Okay, so what Critical is actually doing here is called poisoning the well, but I'm completely fine with it, and it's based as fuck to do to SNEAKO. So for those of you that don't know, poisoning the well is basically where before the relevant conversation about a person or topic with a person happens, you essentially include irrelevant character harming details about your opponent into the discussion in order to change the audience's bias against your opponent before the discussion of relevant, of the relevant discussion even starts. So that is what Critical is doing here. He's like, so I heard about this guy from his defense of that, pedo movie. So what he's doing here is essentially subtly pedo-jacketing SNEAKO in the beginning, and this is based as fuck, because for one, SNEAKO probably is creepy as fuck, and who knows what, considering his defense of cuties, and also, SNEAKO is just objectively a bad person, and I think Critical is completely fine to take however low of a blow he wants here, and yeah, absolutely fine. I see what Critical's doing. I absolutely know what he's doing here, and I think it's based as fuck.
I was aware that he made other content, and apparently some of it was pretty good a couple years back, but once I saw this video, it just showed me a really weird guy who it seemed like really just wanted to be contrarian for the sake of it, and makes terrible points in defense of this film for some reason. Like, even in your own video, you openly admit right there that yes, it sexualizes children. Full stop, that's not okay. That's a problem.
Like this girl, at one point she takes a picture of her vagina and posts it on Instagram. Kids naturally just rebel. I like this movie.
Okay, man.
Because it's extremely provocative, but it's realistic. A major criticism of this film was that it's child porn, that they were just showing these kids and that it's gonna bring a bunch of pedophiles in. I don't think so. I don't think so. Not more than anything else.
Okay, I'm sorry, but if you think the average, boomer pedo that doesn't know how to use the internet isn't going to boot up, Netflix on their Roku stick, see that fucking movie on their front page, and not click on it, then you are delusional, okay? How many pedos out there do you think are geriatric boomers that can't use a computer? You better believe they're gonna watch that fucking Cuties movie on the Roku that their, their grandson set up or whatever. IDK, how many conservatives are there? Well, old white guys do tend to be conservative. So I think you guys are picking up the implication that I'm putting down here.
On the internet now, are not more than beauty pageants in America, which still exist and are exactly what you see in the film.
Do you go to beauty pageants to watch the kids, SNEAKO? I certainly hope not. Just because the beauty pageants, which are fucked up, completely agree, just because those exist in the real world doesn't mean that that's justification for this movie. I feel like that should be obvious. You can't use this whataboutism like, oh yeah, cutie.
Yeah, SNEAKO's logic is like, oh, you think this thing is bad? Well, here's a bad thing and another bad thing that we do that everybody also dislikes. And it's like, so how can you say... It's like, no, everybody hates child pageants too, except for conservatives. Like, every lefty hates child pageants. We want those taken out. We don't like those. Get rid of them. Like, what? You can't use a thing that we oppose as well as justification for a thing that we oppose.
Has a lot of sexualization of children, but what about, child beauty pageants? I mean, those are out there in the real world, so what's wrong with cuties being on Netflix?
It's like saying, what's wrong with billionaires owning, 99% of all the wealth in the world? There are people starving in developing nations out there. What? Yeah, that's the point! What do you mean? That's not an argument against what I just said.
I won't show you any more from this video, it's dog shit all across the board, but there is one more thing I'd like to highlight. Even when SNEAKO started to rise to popularity, I didn't pay too much attention because, again, in my mind, he will always be that guy that for some reason fights for this film, which is just fucking weird. So he's always just been kind of a weird person to me that I don't pay too much attention to, but I couldn't help but take notice of one of his more recent viral clips where he openly defends getting cucked.
So I wanted to break this down, like, because this was, imagine seeing the
Bro?
girl you love, like,
Get fucked.
get fucked.
You love her?
Yeah, I do. I love her. I was about to say I love this bitch. I'm like, no, I'm not say that. I love my wifey, my queen.
And you allowed the love of your life to get fucked by another man.
What happened to the other three?
I'm crazy. The first time, as soon as I saw it, like 3 pumps in, I just got up and walked out. I'm just like, I can't do that. Like, feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person. It's a lot. But I think it's something everybody should do just to test. No! You know what?
It is a legitimately
Dude, it's always projection, dude. Conservatives literally just, their go-to insult is this, like, attack at men's insecurities around their masculinity and whatnot. It's where, like, the cuck and simp and soy boy insults come from, particularly at, like, leftist or left-wing men. But all of these conservative dudes are always like these weird sexually repressed, like, it's always like, oh, they're actually secretly into cucking. Oh, they're super racist. Oh, they're actually secretly into watching BBC porn. Oh, they're super homophobic or super transphobic or something. Oh, they love watching gay porn. Or, oh, they love watching trans porn. It's like, yeah, like, all you need is to be friends with one trans woman who's, like, fairly, like, successful at doing sex work online. And they will tell you every time they get into a Twitter argument with some crazy Nazi conservative figure and they get brigaded by conservatives, like, saying transphobic stuff, their OnlyFans account immediately skyrockets with dozens of subscriptions. The transphobes that come to brigade a lot of trans sex workers on Twitter and, like, drop transphobic insults at them will then moments later go subscribe to their OnlyFans and rub one out. That's real. A lot of conservatives are sexually repressed weirdos who are just funneling their sexual frustration into hatred and rage that they're now, like, letting out onto the world. That's really, that really is the case more often than you would ever think.
A super sad thing to sit there and listen to, because SNEAKO is very clearly bothered by that whole situation, but is trying to play it off like a deeper message, like, no, this is actually a good thing, and in fact, I recommend every guy out there try letting their girl get fucked by another man. Then you'll know if it's real, if this is the person you want to spend the rest of your life with. It is fucking tragic to listen to. Now, I want to be clear, I have absolutely no problem with open relationships. I think everyone should be completely within the right to handle their relationships however they see fit and whatever makes them happy.
I was about to pause it and say, is Charlie implying that, like, open relationships are bad and that, like, only monogamy is good? I didn't think that he would, but I'm glad that he clarified.
Contrary to what SNEAKO thinks about me, I have legitimately no issue with open relationships at all. But what SNEAKO's talking about here isn't so much an open relationship, it's cuckoldry. You have watched your girl get fucked in front of you on at least 2 occasions that he talks about here. And you were right next to her, watching her get fucked, and one time you were so upset about it you had to leave the room after the 3rd pump, you said. You're clearly not really alright with this situation. You're for some reason forcing yourself to be okay.
By the way, can you imagine being a conservative commentator and being stupid enough to tell that story publicly? Like, That clip resurfacing might actually end him. That might fucking end his career, at least for now. Because his fans will legitimately turn on him like wild fucking dogs the instant they see that clip. There's no... Hi, baby. Hello, little baby. Hello. Hi, Luna. No, you can't sit in my lap right now. Oh, you're really cute. My cat is really cute.
With it. Like, I'm not trying to sit here and be an armchair psychologist like you try to do against me during your rants, but it really seems like you don't like it. And yet, for some reason, you're also trying to celebrate it and promote it like a good thing. It's just super sad. Like, if you're fucking other girls and she's fucking other guys, that's one thing, but you being in the same bed that she is fucking another man in and watching her, and then even talking about how, like, upset you were about how much she was moaning and the deep eye contact she was making with the man she was fucking in front of you, like, you're not really okay with it, it sounds like. So stop trying to pretend to be, and stop trying to make it seem like this is a good, healthy thing for everyone that everyone needs to try. It's just pretty sad. So this is always in the back of my mind when he starts critiquing my relationship, or really any relationship for that matter. Like, what really gives you the right, especially when you're clearly in a very complicated situation in your own mind with your relationship? So, like I said, I didn't really want to talk about this, but he apparently keeps shitting on me and making a big hoopla about it, and people keep bringing it up to me, so I felt like I should at least address it in some capacity. So this is me talking about it, and that's about it.
Dude, Critical is very succinct when it comes to a call-out video, I will say. In only 12 minutes, this might be a career ender. More effective than even an old classic iDubbbz content cop. Because think about it, right? Like, this is 12 minutes long, he's got a ton of fucking subscribers, and his audience is mostly, you know, kind of predisposed to sort of just taking whatever his opinion is as gospel. And you have to account for the fact that SNEAKO is firing the first shot, and Critical made a very competent response here. I don't know. This could be the kill shot on SNEAKO. Like, I would consider the recent, like, debacle that's happened the last few weeks with content creators calling SNEAKO out, his ban, etc. I feel like that's been, like, a few mortal wounds to SNEAKO and his career. This feels like it was the kill shot, you know? Like, SNEAKO was like a crawling, near-dead corpse on the ground, just dragging himself along, and Critical just walked up from behind and just popped him and ended it. Hi, Luna. Here. Hop up on here like a little parrot. Up here, baby. Come on, I know you're smart enough to understand. She's a very smart cat, and she absolutely understands what I want her to do, but she's just stubborn. Anyway, that was fucking good. I've been telling you guys for a while now, and I want you all to mark my words. Right now, times are pretty tough. I think it goes without saying times are pretty tough right now. It really does feel like the right is in control of pretty much every facet of culture right now, outside of the government where we have very tenuous blue control. And hell, the Democrats aren't even reflective of most of the beliefs of the average leftist online anyway. We have what is basically right now the calm before the storm, and we are just trying to lengthen that calm. With that said, there's been a lot of doomering going around lately. I watch some of Vosh's segments, and a lot of people in chat are just arguing with Vosh about how there is no hope, we are doomed, it's fucked, what's the point anymore. I watch Shark and Demon Mama segments, a lot more doomering. What's the point anymore? What the fuck is the point? We might as well give up. Why do we even do anything? What is the point? Might as well give up. Might as well resign from the internet or whatever. And it's all really frustrating to me. Because it tells me that all of you must have joined left-wing politics post 2016, 2014. If you made it through 2014 to 2016, I'd say 2014, 2017, as a lefty online, this is bad, but it's not as bad as that was. Because you have to understand, right now there's actually a community for left-wing people online. Like, whether you're like trans or POC or just any, I'll just be honest and say any type of LGBT, or like indigenous, whatever, you will be able to find a fairly sizable and accommodating online community that is like accepting of who you are, right? That's a thing that you can do now. That's a thing that any of us in this chat could do now. That was not the case back in the day. Back in the day, you could so much as like utter something that was a trigger word to a conservative and be inundated with comments that would just be calling you like you could comment on a video of like cute puppies. Like, okay, let me give you an example that I actually saw. I watched a YouTube video from 2016 about wild wolves. And there was a comment that said, I really hope our leaders start caring more about preserving species like the wolf. It was as simple as that. A somewhat political comment, but like not even politically biased in any way. There were 500 replies. This is a comment from 2016, by the way. 500 replies, all from Trump supporter accounts. All like some of them were just hashtag Trump 2020 or Trump 2016. But a lot of them were literally just, like shadow boxing with some perceived left-wing sentiment in the comment. They would make up arguments that weren't even in the comment or any. It was just 500 comments, a string of 500 comment replies from hundreds of different conservatives, all reeing at this random person for daring to comment on a non-political video, something that even even remotely, like, sounded a bit progressive. That is what the internet was like back then. If you think it's worse now, it's worse in that the right has more popularity than ever, but it's better in that now there's actually a place for left-wing content that can grow. Growing an already existing community is far easier than building one from the ground up. The community's already been built from the ground up. From here, it's just growing it. So, yeah, those are my thoughts. Cat wants to be let out too. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like, whether you're watching live or if this is a segment after the fact, hit the like button as well. Or if you're watching this VOD after I've gone live, make sure to hit that like button. It helps me more than I think you guys even realize. Comment down below to help boost me in the algorithm. Subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications that YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. You can also follow all my social medias, linked down below in the description of the video or stream, or wherever you may be watching me. You can follow me on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and Patreon as well. And of course, with all that said, if you want to support me financially and you've got the money for it, you don't need it for anything else, you can also do a little bit more to financially support me by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub through my website, xanderhall.com/live, or donating or financially supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or through Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. That was a good segment. I feel like that went pretty damn well. Here, I'm going to let the cat out really quick because she's meowing to be let out because her food's out in the living room and she can't get to it from in here with the door shut. I'm going to go pee, and then we're going to hop right into the next segment. And then I think I'll do a few segments of like things recommended to you guys because I don't really have anything else written down to cover today. And if we have time, if we have time, I'll give you a quick tour of my Tekkit world. My Tekkit 2 world, I should say. The new mod pack of Tekkit they updated. Just a quick tour of my little single-player world I have. Just because I want to show you some of the cool things you can do and get an idea from you guys as to whether or not you would want this mod pack to be the first one I would host that sort of thing I mentioned before on. Anyway, I'll be right back. We still got more politics to do too. We gotta talk about Abby Shabiboobs. I've returned, my lovely little pog champs. Really fast. Hey, do we have a mod in chat that can do a poll? Would you guys like me to take a very quick stunlock just to give you a short, like, 3-minute tour of my single-player world in Tekken 2 before we move on to the Abby Shapiro segment? Or nah? Yes or no? Quick tour, yes or no? Ooh. Let's see what wins. 80% is saying yes. Did you wash your hands? Yes, I did. Zan, talk about Sargon's return to Twitter. He's being made fun of for being a pedo. That's really funny. He did say it depends on the child. Alright, let's give a quick little bit of a tour of my, Tekken 2 world. For those of you guys that don't know, I'm not doing the British accent. For those of you guys that don't know, you can actually get this mod pack via the Technic launcher, easily found on Google. You just log into it like you would Minecraft's normal launcher. Click download on the mod pack, Tekken 2, and you've got it. The only downside to Tekken 2 is it's best played with friends. But here's the problem. Every public server has to ban a bunch of items due to griefing potential. And these items are like, you know, really fucking important items, you know? Like the Destruction Catalyst, for example, is banned on a lot of servers, which is not great, if I'm being honest. It really isn't great, considering the fact that you kinda need it for late game mining and large scale that you have to do in order to like progress fast enough. But regardless, I ended up starting a single player world just so I could kind of catch myself up on all the mods and mechanics, because possibly sometime early next year I may want to, you know, do a mod pack with this, whether it be with just other content creators and friends that I get on board with it for sort of a scripted story based thing, or if it's more of a roleplay thing with fans and friends. We'll see. We'll find out how best we decide for it to go. I've got a friend who I think might be down to paint an entire continent and build some cities in World Painter or whatever it's called for Minecraft. So this would be like a custom-made map, like a custom continent, and all that shit. And there'd be a lore and a story, and it'd be a fun thing to watch. Yeah, those are just some ideas. I've been brainstorming cool and interesting ideas for the channel. Just fun stuff that I'd like to do. Anyway, the game has finally loaded up, so let me... Alright. I love the word phalanges. It just sounds right, you know? Boom! Watch that quick render. Oh yeah. So, this is the little village that I've set up my operation in. Unfortunately, every villager in this town is dead. I didn't do a very good job of defending this village. Oh, if you're wondering how I'm flying, I've got dark matter armor on, which makes me nigh invincible. There is some stuff that can still fuck me up while I'm wearing this, but I'm almost invincible wearing this. I've got the red Qatar, which gets a lot of shit done, but I still need red matter to combine these three in order to make the red matter Morningstar, and then I'll have combined every tool that I could possibly need into 2 basic tools. I also have a black hole band, which is a magic ring that is sucking in any item in a pretty wide radius straight towards me, which is just really handy for mining and stuff, especially above lava or in the nether. You can like break a block like 5 blocks away and it just sucks straight to you. Really nice. This is my Kleinstar Zwei. This stores magic energy, and it's what's allowing me to fly right now. It's charging all of my magic items. This is my Swift Wolf's Rending Gale, which is a magic ring that is allowing me to fly right now. It has a few other powers that I haven't figured out yet, but I will figure them out. They are pretty cool, though. Next is my alchemical bag, which is literally just bundles, but better. Like, this is why I wasn't hyped about bundles when they were announced in Minecraft. Like, oh, we're gonna get, like, 12 inventory slots on bundles if those get added, which I think they didn't get added. Well, here's the fucking, project, or the, what's it called? Project E-mod. Here you go. Here's equivalent exchange. And then, of course, I have my Destruction Catalyst, which literally just lets me one-click destroy stuff while mining, and it is great. Then, you know, my basic red tools, which do not break. None of the red matter tools or armor or anything breaks. These bars actually signify their charge. So these are infinite tools, and they're pretty insane. I'll demonstrate them in a second. Oh, there are still a few living villagers. Doesn't matter. This whole village is going to fucking die. Once I've left it, they have no protection, and they are pretty fucked. But allow me to show you my house. First, out front, I've got 2 power flowers. These are actually condensers, energy condensers, that are using collectors and relays to turn solar energy, which is coming from this glowstone that's surrounding it, actually, into EMC. And that EMC is actually spontaneously... I am literally creating diamonds out of nothing. This one is not fully completed yet. I still need a few more relays and collectors to get that one at max potential, but these are all Mark III, as you can tell, so these are the maximum. This one is completed, though. So to show you how baller this is, if I'm logged in and this chunk is loaded, this is how fast I am literally just producing diamonds. Now, this may not seem like anything crazy, and you're probably wondering, what do you need these diamonds for? These diamonds are worth EMC, and if I take these... I'm gonna grab one more. If I take these diamonds, and I go into my house, which I'm about to show you the inside of, prepare yourself, So, I've had to do a lot of science and magic inside this house, and they've all had to be quite cramped in with each other. I promise you, all of this actually does make sense. Zan, this is terrible. No, I promise you, this actually makes a lot of sense. Watch this, alright? So here are all my ores, right? I'm going to take all my ores out of my bag. And I'm going to shove them into this chest. Very cool, very cool. Let's make sure the engines are powered. Oh, I've got no coal for the engines. Alright, hold on. Let me use my transmutation table to make a few stacks of coal. These are Stirling engines, by the way. Cool, cool. Alright. Nice. And I just sent those diamonds, burned them up into EMC as well. So now my transmutation table has 854 EMC, which basically means I can make, you know, however much worth, EMC worth of that, whatever I've learned in this table. Hey, Apillo, what's up? I'm just showing a tour of my single-player Tekkit 2 world, because it's cool. I actually just got enough EMC to make another energy collector, which is exactly what I'm going to do. I can only make one, though. I'm also going to grab a little bit of glowstone, because you'll see. So now that I have enough for one Collector Mark III, I just need to put that right here, touching... Yeah, I need every relay to be touching a collector, and for every side but one of the chest to be touching a relay. And then I need every collector, like this, with the red top on it, to be covered with some glowstone. Whoa. Not like that. On every exposed side. This will maximize I believe, will maximize the EMC collection. Now, with one extra thing on there, I am now generating diamonds a little bit faster. So I have 2 of these going right now, and they're going to be really pumping out diamonds like crazy when these are, like, fully maxed out. But right now, they're pretty modest. Pretty soon, though, just creating another power flower, as they're called, will not be very expensive on its own once I've got enough of these, and I'll be able to mass produce, like, a tower of these things. Or maybe, like, a cool formation of these things, because they kind of look like stars. Maybe I'd figure out, like, a cool, like, star floating thing to figure out with them to make them look nice, but I definitely want more power flowers. Anyway, allow me to show you some of the science side of my builds here before everything, you know, before we move on here. Shit, I just realized. Do I have... Okay, all of my science is actually being powered with geothermal generators, which are powered with lava cells. And most of them are full. Not all of them are, though. So... thankfully, I can mass produce lava cells at no cost out of EMC, because I've learned the recipe. And we can go ahead and start filling up these geothermal generators with lava cells. Oh, there we go. And these will last quite a while and provide a ridiculous amount of charge. All I need to do to provide more is add an extra layer. Like, if I wanted to, I could literally just add an extra, like, thing down of wire here and then add around another ring. And that would be far more efficient than what I have going on right now, and I could even add more upgrades to my stuff. Anyway, keep adding these things. Those are full. Those are full. That's not full. That's definitely not full. I just have to charge all this before I make the turn on my machines, otherwise it might not work at peak performance for you guys to see. Charge this one up. Is this texture pack tied to the mod? This is the Sphax Pure BD Craft texture pack, and it is patched to have textures, compatible textures with all the mod stuff. So yeah, much like the old Sphax with Tekkit, it is just more new. Oh, almost forgot you. I will say the hardest part is distributing. I might set up a pipe system just to pump cells, like heat cells or lava cells, to these things to keep them charged. That would be pretty cool. I could just produce them infinitely with a table. Anyway, though, now that that's done, I can actually demonstrate my system. So when I go mining, and mining, by the way, is fucking nutty with this mod. So immune to fall damage because of my flying ring. Really neat. But let me show you what my destruction catalyst allows me to do. You make this destruction catalyst pretty early on, though it does require some pretty expensive materials to make one. Here's what it allows you to do. Let me find a bright area to do this in so you can fully see what this thing does. So when you make this thing, oh yeah, by the way, you can tell mining, a little nutty with the mining. This is what this thing does. It is quite satisfying, if I do say so myself. And what makes it even more satisfying is, well, once you get all the fucking cobble out of your inventory, you can actually right-click on veins of ore to vein mine them with a dark or red matter tool. And I'm actually sucking up all of the ores and stuff that I pick up because I've got the dark matter ring, or the black hole ring. So I literally right-click these exposed veins to fully mine them, and I suck them all into my inventory. The only downside right now is it's really hard to get rid of all of the cobblestone I pick up, and I'm hoping there's an item that auto, like, gets rid of it, or filters it out, or transmutes it, or something. Because I would love not to fill up my inventory with cobble whenever I'm doing all of this mining. It would be really nice not to. But yeah. So whenever I finish mining, I can fly back You can tell I've done quite a bit of it, by the way. I can fly all the way back to here, and then fly all the way up here. So I'm asking if you guys want to do a server on this mod pack, by the way. Fly all the way up here, and once I've finished mining, I'll go ahead and I'll dump my stone, turn my stone into EMC, as well as my other stuff there, and we'll dump these ores in here. Allow me to demonstrate my system. So I put all of my ores when I finish mining up here, and then I've got a Stirling engine here that pumps those ores down into this macerator, or macerator, which has a shit ton of overclocking upgrades on it, so it's fast as fuck, boy. Right now it's full, and it's not pumping, but it connects directly to, and has a filter for any, like, dust or anything that doesn't go into the furnace, because we've got an electric furnace here. A filter that sends off anything that can't be furnaced into this chest, which is for powders and dusts. And then, anything that can be, all of the, like, the dusts that can be furnaced, go into this furnace here. So allow me to turn this on. And you can see that the dust starts sucking out of the pipe. All of the dust start filling it up. And they start, like, swirling around, backing up, until they can fill this up. And this can't start, you know, filling up until I turn this pump on. And all of the smelted ingots start going to this chest. There we go. Let me go into F1 and you guys can see the system working, and it'll all come together for you. See? It looks like chaos, like just complete chaos, but it is in fact a completely automated grinding, smelting, and sorting system inside of this little house. Now granted, this house could definitely be better. This house could definitely be better. I'm not exactly, you know, kicking it in the best accommodations right now, but don't worry. I've actually been working right before stream on where I will be moving and building probably a cool-ass, like, house or castle or something on the hill. Here is the hill I plan to do it on, right here. I'll probably build it up a little bit more. And here is the village I actually decided to save. I used my EMC magic powers to produce a ridiculous amount of stone brick and used my flight to basically in one Minecraft day build a pretty nice wall and a few iron golems and some alchemical torches that light up the place and keep monsters out all around this village, which keeps everybody inside pretty damn safe. I also have waypoints here that let me, you know, I can see like anywhere I want to go. It's a pretty cool waypoint mod. And if I press M, we've got a full map of the world too. It's really neat. Every rendered chunk stays loaded. Yeah. Zan, I would unironically love for you to stream on a server like this. Yeah, I'm not even started on this world yet, by the way. There's still so much building to do, still so many mods to, like, crack into and get started on, you know? I haven't even done anything involving crops. Here's my rubber tree farm for, like, the rubber. This is where I get my rubber from. Oh, hey there, buddy. Come here. Yoink. Didn't even notice I aggroed him. Anyway, oh yeah, and down there's my nether portal. The nether also looks pretty good in this, but, yeah, right now I'm sort of living out of this shitty little house that I've managed to cram all of my science and magicness inside of. Oh, I overheated my Stirling engines. I gotta shut them off and let them cool down. At least they don't explode. But yeah, as you can see, the system is working as intended, filling this up, and it'll basically just, over time, as long as I cool down and turn the engines back on every once in a while, it'll just keep everything, every bit of ore that I put in. So one ore, if macerated, becomes 2 dust, and each dust, if smelted, becomes 1 bar, 1 ingot. So as long as you macerate an ore, it actually turns 1 ore into 2 ingots instead of 1 ingot. So this entire hull, instead of imagining each of these ores as ingots, imagine each of these stacks of ore as 2 stacks of ingots. That is how efficient this system is. and I've literally maxed out. I actually can fit 2 more overclocking upgrades in this furnace to make it max out. But my macerator is maxed out. Any more overclocking upgrades and it freezes. Like, it literally can't go faster than it does right now, which is a pretty ridiculously fast thing. Can you still use Fortune? Not on ores, no. Fortune would not have any impact on this, but yeah, it's a really cool system, and it works really well. And I've been having tons of fun on this mod pack, and it's honestly the one that I think I'll probably do next after the 12 Days of Christmas series, and stream. And I want there to be like a story, and for it to be sort of RP'd. Do you guys think it would be cringy if it was like, if there was a story, like lore, a story, like seasons and an ending, and there was a little bit of light RP? Like, not like pretending we're not in a video game, but like, you know, taking what's going on in the story seriously and allowing moments to be dramatic. Would you guys like that? Would that interest you, especially if I could get other content creators involved? Now, here's the big question. Would you want it on the main channel, or would this be better for the second channel? It would need events to stay alive? Yeah, that's what the story would be. I've already got a developer working behind the scenes to, like, make a well-working server, so we'll see how this works. We'll see if it goes well. All right. Hey, chat. I'm noticing we're only at $61 out of 300 on the dono goal, and I'm not trying to pressure you guys or anything. I'm just saying, the goal for Seattle and Quail is 300, and we're currently at 60. 61 to be exact. So I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay.
Hello, class.
Whoa! Abby Shabiboob, stop. All right. Okay, everybody. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right. We actually scored today quite well, because we are actually going to be responding to the lesser Shapiro, Ben, during this segment. We're going to be responding to the significantly more pleasant to watch for no particular reason, Shapiro, Abby Shapiro in this segment. In fact, Abby Shapiro... Sorry. Abby Shapiro has 5 lies the left tells women that make her furious. She wants to tell us about. And frankly, I could not be more excited to find out what lies the left tells about women, or tells to women, I guess, that make her upset. Now, here's what my theory about this video is going to be. Wait, actually, I feel like I should give a little bit of insight into who Abby Shapiro is. So, Abby Shapiro's career was entirely astroturfed. Like, it's actually terrifying how astroturfed her career was. So, the only claim to fame she had was being Ben Shapiro's sister. And then Ben Shapiro started using his money from the Daily Wire, which I'm pretty sure he runs and owns, to start getting Abby Shapiro a actual platform in politics. And the way that he achieved getting her an audience was to, instead of doing it the natural way and having her, you know, make videos and grow a channel and just, you know, network and get shout outs and stuff. Instead, Daily Wire, by that I mean Ben, pays for her videos to run as advertisements non-stop for everybody for like 6 fucking months. Who remembers that? Who remembers when you could not escape the Abby Shapiro ads? The Daily Wire would just... Because there's a thing with YouTube where you can literally just pay to turn one of your YouTube videos into an ad that anyone can click on. I could literally just pay like $10K to run my, like, any YouTube video of my choosing that they screen and say yes to, that YouTube is okay with, as a YouTube ad for like a week or something. I don't know how much it actually is, but yeah. And that is what the Daily Wire did for Abby Shapiro for 6 straight months. And you could tell that her growth was completely astroturf because her videos would have lots of views, but would be massively dislike bombed. And all of the comments on her videos would just be, why the fuck are these videos... Why do I keep getting these videos as ads? Why the fuck do I keep getting these as ads? What the fuck? I hate this. Get this out of my recommended. YouTube, what the fuck? And all of it was just people complaining. Until Abby Shapiro actually managed to grow a genuine, real conservative audience, which she now has. But let's be completely clear, it was money and astroturfing that got her to where she is now. She did not grow her platform organically as any other content creator would. It was possibly the most shameless and evident examples of bias and money getting somebody into a position of prominence I've ever seen. It was actually pretty wild. Anyway, let's hear what she has to say. What lies do the left tell women? My theory is I haven't pre-watched this, by the way. Here's what I think she's gonna say. The left tells women that they're weak and they aren't strong unless they pursue a job in a STEM field, and that motherhood and getting married is weakness. They tell women that, like, getting abortions is bodily freedom when in reality it's murder. The left tells women that they have to be sexually liberated. They have to, like, show off their bodies in order to be sexually liberated and feel free and empowered, but this is actually objectifying about, like, it's gonna be some pseudo-turf nonsense is what we're about to get. Those are my three big things. I honestly would not be surprised if I just actually listed 3 of the 5 things she's going to complain about in this video. All right, back to it.
Hello, Classic Crew, and welcome to today's video, where we're going to be talking about 5 things the left tells women that make me furious. If you are new to my channel, here we talk about classic living and traditional values, and I would love if you would consider subscribing and hitting that notification bell. If you'd like to get access to a ton of exclusive content, including my book club, my movie club, as well as weekly exclusive articles, make sure to head over to Classic.
Abby. You can't do the whole, like, we talk about conservative, traditional life values when 99% of people in the political space know about her as Ben Shapiro's sister with Big Milky. Big Milky. That's how, like, half of people in the political space think of her. And yes, it's a bit misogynistic, but, like, she's just Ben Shapiro's sister with Big Milky. That's all that there is really to describe her as a person. But, like, it's just funny to me that she makes all these videos about being, like, a traditional conservative woman, but, like, everybody on the internet is like, big milkers. I always found it really silly.
ClassicallyAbby.substack.com. In today's video, I want to talk about 5 things that the left tells women that just make me mad. I saw this on another person's channel. They did this thing where it was like 5 things in their field that make me furious, and I thought that was super fun. And I've got something.
Damn, copying other YouTubers. No, I'm just kidding.
Things that make me furious. So I'm ready to talk about it. Not happy. Let's get into it. Number 1. Why does the left insist on telling women that sex with random people is empowering?
I was close. I was really close. I said the left tells women that showing off their bodies is empowering, is the only way to be empowering, was one of the examples I gave. Okay. Does the left really describe women, like, having casual hookups as empowering? I think it's more so the option of being able to do that, like, the left or feminists would generally consider to be empowering. Because in a conservative world, women would not be allowed to, like, have any actual sexual freedom, especially not when it comes to, like, you know, hooking up with like, multiple partners. It's just not a thing that conservatives would allow in their world. And you know this when they talk about, like, hookup culture and, like, the idea of casual sex. They hate it and want to ban it. They're actively trying to ban it in some red states. So, like, it's not so much it is empowering to do it, it's more so, you know, it's empowering to have the option. You know what this reminds me of? It's kind of like how conservatives will try to strawman the left and say that feminists claim that getting an abortion is empowering. No feminist believes this. No woman believes that getting an abortion is an empowering experience. Fighting for the right to be able to have that option, though, is certainly, in fact, an empowering thing. But the right will try to strawman this to try to make what she knows her conservative audience thinks is bad look like something the left considers virtuous. That is the point of this argument.
Not. It's just not. Having sex with one man who loves you, respects you, wants to have a family with you, that's empowering. That's pretty awesome. Because you want to know what's really empowering is a guy who loves you enough to want to make you feel good, as opposed to a guy who wants to have a one-night stand and is looking for his own pleasure.
Do these videos get any views? I'm actually curious. Whoa, okay, no they don't. Holy crap. Wait, oh my god. 6K, 6.5K, 5.2K, 3.3K, 4.7K, 2.5K. Okay, she has like 35,000 more subscribers than me and gets half my viewership. And uploads like on her videos and also uploads like 1/10 as much as I do. Oh my god, how much money did Ben spend to run her videos as ads on YouTube for people? Like, it must have been a lot of money. And she's like squandering this massively astroturfed like career opportunity so massively. Like, listen, all she has to do is wear a tank top and talk about cringe woke TikTokers. Million subs easy. I'm sorry. I listen, conservative Ben Shapiro fans would fucking flock to her channel like termites, like locusts to a fresh green field of crops if she just wore a tank top and just made fun of TikTokers in her videos. It just easy million subs, easy 2.5 million views per video, easy clap, easy landing, easy win. It just I'm not even kidding right now. It just the biggest business opportunity ever, just right there in front of her.
Have you considered that? That a guy who is devoted to you, who loves you, who's going to spend his life with you, cares whether or not you are having fun. A guy who is never going to see you again cares if he is having fun.
You know what's so like disappointing about this video? It's that it's boring. You see, the right was so effective, particularly back during Gamergate, because the average Zoomer's conception of the right was like a boring, prude, usually like old man who is behind on the times, didn't understand memes, didn't understand jokes, technology, or internet culture, and tended to like hate video games and think of them as like violent things causing kids to do mass shootings and stuff. Like, that was the conception that a lot of young people pre-Gamergate had in their mind of conservatives. The right did a fantastic job during that time of rebranding itself as looking cooler. Instead of being people like Abby Shapiro talking about how casual sex and sleeping around is like bad and disempowering, instead the largest conservative figures, just like right now, were people who talk about how much like pussy they get. Like, yeah, bro, I'm out there plowing pussy. These bitches love my dick, bro. I'm gonna show you how to make these women like listen to what you say. I'm gonna teach you how to control these women. Like, that's the kind of stuff from conservative commentators that became really popular. Not the prudish conservative, you need to find a stable monogamous relationship and have kids and all that. Like, that got popular with some like god-pilled, white-pilled, like traditionalist types that fell down that rabbit hole. But for the most part, the vast majority of conservatives, like Milo Yiannopoulos, as a pillow in chat said, were very much trying to rebrand conservatism as a cool and hip thing, when in reality, this is what it looks like. And what Abby Shapiro is doing that is actually kind of kneecapping conservatism right now is just kind of letting the mask slip on how miserable, gray, and boring the conservative way of life truly is. Now, I'm not saying it's bad if this is what you prefer and you choose to pursue, but for me at least, like, the idea of, like, oh my god, can you imagine? I could only imagine if I'd, like, gotten married to my high school sweetheart. What a nightmare that would have been if I'd gotten her pregnant and, like, was married to her and, like, oh god, it's like the type of shit that gives me nightmares. The shit that keeps you up at night that is literally nightmarish is the conservative dream world, where you're, like, forced to marry the girl that you dated in high school because you had sex in your car, and you weren't allowed to get condoms because they were banned by the Religious Freedom Act of 2024, and you got her pregnant, but abortions were banned by the Religious Freedom Act of 2023, and so now you're stuck raising this kid, and you're like, this is the future that conservatives have laid out. This is their dream, and people like Abby Shapiro are really bad at not letting the mask slip on that.
Fun. Which is more empowering? Which is more empowering? A situation where if you got pregnant, the guy was ready and willing to have children with you, is excited about it, wants to be the father of your children, or having sex with a guy who would absolutely panic if you...
So basically, the argument from Abby Shapiro here is presumes that we live in a world in which people like her have their way when it comes to sexual health. So the idea is that, like, she's arguing that in their world, if you have casual sex, you won't be able to have a condom or an abortion or morning after pill or Plan B or birth control, and that all of these things would be banned and not an option. And so casual sex would almost always immediately lead to pregnancy, and thus, you know, a baby-locked marriage. And so she's arguing that that is why casual sex would be bad. But casual sex would not be bad for these reasons in a world where having a child is a 0% chance result if you have sex and do not want to have a child because of it. That would not be a problem and not a concern when it comes to having a hookup or one-night stand. But Abby Shapiro presumes that there is some aspect of having a hookup or one-night stand that should include the guy. Like, it wouldn't be... Listen, the reason why people have hookups and one-night stands is because it's fun and they like having sex, not because they're looking for a partner that's, like, fulfilling. Like, I assure you, the sex from the guy who's good at having sex is going to be more fun than the sex from the guy who I guess you assume is going to be a better father. There's a different objective out here when it comes to people who are, like, particularly women who are seeking out casual sex here. You're not speaking to the right demographic.
You told him that you were pregnant and that this would be a big problem. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons that having sex with...
Okay, I don't think the average woman cares that the guy that she hooked up with at the bar would be horrified to find out he got her pregnant. She wouldn't want to be pregnant either, most likely, because she is in the habit of having fun, casual hookups. This is not even a good argument for the position she's trying to make from the conservative worldview.
People outside of marriage is not empowering. It's easy to convince yourself and lie to yourself and say, well, I like sex. So if I like sex, then it must be empowering for me to get it however I want it.
Yeah.
No, that's just wrong. And it's stupid.
Please explain how it's stupid. Could you give me... please don't leave it at, it's just stupid. Because I feel like she's just going to leave it at, it's stupid.
Having sex with the person that you have chosen to build a life with, because, you know, sex is not just any other physical activity. It is a unique one. It is a special one that you share with one person, and that can lead to the creation of a baby.
She did actually make an argument, but it was a stupid one. What about sex is special, other than it can lead to the creation of a baby? In our world, we want to have the option of sex where it doesn't lead to a creation of a baby, with, you know, the option of sexual protection, you know, like condoms, birth control, morning after pill, abortions, etc., right? Like, it feels good, but, like, feeling a nice cool breeze on a hot day also feels good. Like, when I'm, like, sweaty as fuck and overheated and I walk outside and like a nice cool breeze hits me, I make a noise not too dissimilar to the noise I make when I come. Think about it. The only reason why Abby Shapiro is saying that it's special is because of her religious bias. Now, I'm not going to argue that there isn't anything about special about sex in most people's minds. To a lot of people, there is. We have socialized ourselves to be that way. Our society has socialized us to consider sex a very, very big deal, a very huge, monumental thing. It's not, though. Everybody who actually like loses their virginity immediately realizes, oh, it's not that big a deal. Why was I so obsessed with this for so long? Not to mention the way, yeah, exactly, a pillow. The way that our society, or I should say the way that society, period, any human society, has considered like sex and how they like consider proper like moral sex to happen has changed a lot. So for example, if we go back to ancient America, like the America 1, aka the Roman Empire, the Romans were fucking each other, having gay sex, three-ways, orgies, straight sex. In public, they were doing voyeurism, they were fucking in bathhouses, they were shitposting on walls. Like, they were literally writing on walls random stuff, like, I shat here 3 times, was an actual piece of ancient, like, Roman, I believe? It might have been Greek. Ancient Roman graffiti that was found by archaeologists. It said, I shat here well 3 times. That was a real piece of graffiti, okay? Literal ancient shit posting. I saw a video about it recently. Regardless, though, this perception that we ought to consider sex this sacred act, like a sacred thing, you know, like there's shaking someone's hand, like that's human contact, but then there's sex. Now that's like your souls are like connecting. This is a conservative religious idea. It is very much a religious idea. Is there an emotional, intimate connection that can happen in sex? Absolutely. Is it like a life-altering, soul-connecting, like, spiritual thing? No, it is not. This argument is driven entirely by religious belief.
Yeah, keep that in marriage. Enjoy it with the person who loves you and cares about you. And stop treating sex like something you can do willy-nilly. Because you shouldn't, and you can't. And the left is...
By the way, she's arguing insert thing... Okay, she is arguing casual sex is not empowering. Now allow me to tell you why... Like, she's not even telling or explaining why casual sex is bad now. She's literally judgmentally ordering women that watch her videos not to have casual sex. Definitely, like... I'm not saying casual sex is empowering, but what definitely isn't empowering is taking orders from this lady and molding your sexual, like, your love life, I guess, around what this random YouTube lady says is most healthy.
Is doing women a real disservice by trying to convince them that sex outside of marriage with everybody and anybody is empowering. It's not. I've got quite a few videos on my channel about this, so if you are interested in hearing more,
I have a feeling they don't have a lot of views either.
check them out. But yeah, that's number 1, and it makes me furious.
You're
Number
not
2,
built for this.
Shout your abortion. Get an abortion. Have an abortion rather than have a baby. It is...
All right, well, there we go. I predicted this one. Zandy predicted it. Guys, it's not hard. It's not hard to predict what these people are going to say. Nothing about what they believe. Say what you want about conservatives. They are consistent. Not in that their worldview is consistent. It's actually very inconsistent and stupid. That's like inherent to conservatism. They themselves and what they believe and argue is pretty consistent. Like, I just sort of imagined what would the average conservative commentator from like Gamergate say? Well, they would say some shit about how the left says that abortions empower women. Okay, that's probably a pretty fair guess going into this. Like, these people are very predictable and stupid. So once you've like done this long enough, you can pretty accurately guess what they're going to say. It's not hard. It's really not hard. Like, you really do start to get to understand these people's brains inside and out. It's one of the biggest reasons why I'm so good at, like, predicting where culture is heading, is because I'm really good at seeing what the normies think and what the conservatives think. I'm really good at analyzing their propaganda, cutting through the words, and figuring out what sentiment is at the core of it, and where that sentiment comes from, and where that sentiment will probably go, and how it's going to be affected by future cultural events that are inevitably going to happen. And I feel like that's one of the, not unique, but one of the things that I do often on my stream that people notice a lot and say I have some clairvoyant ability. No, it's just me kind of like, having been looking at conservative propaganda for a while, having once been a conservative, knowing what is being appealed to with their propaganda, it makes it a lot easier to pick it apart and predict what they're going to say, what they're going... I know how these people try to please their audience. I know what they're going to say to try to fool their audience into thinking they're going to make a good point. That's really what it is at the end of the day.
It's good for women to have the option to murder their child so that they can pursue their careers.
No, we're just presupposing that abortion is murder, by the way. No argument as to whether or not it is, just complete presupposition here. There's a reason why these videos don't do very well, and it's because she's not really good at, like, engaging with basic lefty arguments, you know? Like, she can't even straw man the left well, you know? That's why these videos aren't popping off in the same way that, say, Ben's videos do.
No, that's wrong. None of that is true. And this makes me so mad. Because number one, it's murder. Okay. Get that off the table. Number two.
Yep, okay, sure, yeah, all right, I guess so. It's murder now. I am curious if she, like, how she would respond to the violinist analogy. For those that don't know, PhilosophyTube basically popularized a very, very good analogy for when it comes to the ethics of whether or not abortion is murder. The argument completely cedes the idea that a fetus at any stage of development is a human life. Let's get that argument off the table. Who cares? All right, sure. Yeah, let's say the fetus at any stage of development, from like zygote that has just been fertilized to being born tomorrow is a life. Sure, let's cede that. The violinist analogy basically centers around, well, ironically enough, in the skit, it's Ben Shapiro, or a Ben Shapiro stand-in, arguing about how abortion is murder, it's bad, and under no circumstances should somebody be able to, take a life in favor of their own comfort, right? And the skit continues. And we see this Ben Shapiro character, this Ben Shapiro-inspired character, walk out to his car in the parking lot to, go home. But he gets knocked out in the parking lot and wakes up in a dingy hospital room somewhere. And he finds he's been hooked up, chained up, and then hooked up via tubes and other medical equipment to a mortally wounded man lying in a hospital bed next to him. In walks the surgeon, who explains, "I'm a big fan of your show, and I saw your segment today about abortion, how no one should ever be able to take a human life for their own comfort, and I completely agree. And that's why I've brought you here. This man next to you is the greatest violinist to ever live. Like, this guy is he is the greatest violinist ever. He got into a car accident and he is dying. Without you acting as a living blood bag for him for the next 9 months, he will die and the world will be deprived of all of the great things he will bring into it." One of the biggest arguments Ben Shapiro likes to make is, what if the baby you abort is the next Mozart? So that's where this part of the analogy comes from. And obviously the Ben Shapiro stand-in is like, what the fuck? No, unhook me from this guy. I'm not staying chained up to this guy, keeping him alive for the next 9 months. And the surgeon argues, well, the man needs your body and your blood to survive. What right do you have to cut off your bodily functions from him to keep him alive? That would be terminating his life. That would be murder to do such a thing. Which it would be by conservative logic. This is analogous. People try to say it isn't, but it really is analogous. When you are a mother, in this instance, you have another human being inside of you that is reliant on your bodily functions to survive. And your bodily autonomy has to be impeded on by the fetus's existence in order for it to live, which basically means you are forced by the state. If you can't get an abortion, you are being forced by the state to turn your body into essentially an incubator, a house, a living space for another human being against your will for 9 straight months. Not too dissimilar to this analogy. And the analogy continues with the Ben Shapiro stand-in desperately trying to argue for an excuse to get out of this, but, well, the video starts with a clip of Ben Shapiro making arguments that would literally classify him as a murderer if he decided that he didn't want to be hooked up to this guy anymore. So basically, the arguments conservatives try to use to claim that abortion is murder, like, it just doesn't work with their weird pseudo-libertarian, pro-bodily autonomy, pro-freedom, and pro-human rights position they try to front to the public. In reality, in their world, they would take away the bodily autonomy of every potential mother and take away from them the option of not having a little human use their bodily functions to survive against their will for 9 months minimum. Or maximum, I guess. Or, well, about 9 months.
No woman is better off for killing her child. Women can tell themselves that they are. They can tell themselves that they're better off for having killed their child so that they could have a more stable life. But women who abort their children know that it's a child. They know. And it's their...
Yeah, damn, you left-wing destroyed. Amazing argumentation. I won't argue with the fact that a lot of women who get abortions are, like, not regretful of it, but are sad about it, right? It's not that they regret it or wouldn't do it if they could do it over again. It is a sad thing. Most women who have to get abortions, by the way, have to for medical reasons. Like, most women who get pregnant don't let the fetus mature to the point of them having to get an abortion. Like, usually that, like, obviously it takes about 6+ weeks to realize that you are pregnant because, you know, you have to, oh, wait, did I miss a period, or is this just a normal period miss? Or, like, it is, like, you don't even really see symptoms or anything until, like, 6 weeks. Which is when, believe it or not, a lot of conservatives try to set the barrier for when you can get an abortion, when the vast majority of women realize they're pregnant. That, like, area. They want to essentially make it banned, and that's the best way to do it, is to say, well, you still have 2 weeks, or you still have 6 weeks to get the abortion. Well, most women don't even know they're pregnant until after 6 weeks, so, and that's, like, a well-known stat. Anyway, it's like saying you're not allowed to eat... It would be like if they made chicken that was fully cooked illegal to eat in America. Like, if it just straight up, they were like, chicken that is fully cooked is now illegal in America. It's like, but you can't eat undercooked chicken. You're just, if undercooked chicken is still legal, then you're essentially just, like, chicken's now just illegal functionally. Like, no one can eat undercooked chicken. You'll get salmonella and die. So you're just basically functionally banning chicken. And you just don't want to say you want to ban chicken entirely. So you're just kind of banning chicken, but in a way that functionally makes it completely banned. Or mostly banned. Do you guys understand what I'm saying here with what conservatives try to do when it comes to abortion rights?
Their baby. And they're doing something harmful not only to another person, but to themselves. Why don't we encourage women to embrace their natural strength as mothers and tell them that they can do this thing that seems so scary?
Listen, chat, if Florida was a bluer state when my mom got pregnant with me, I would not be here with you all today. And yet, I am still pro-choice. All right? The whole, like, the moralized, like, what if the baby could have been yada, or the baby could have been blah blah argument does not work, okay? One's bodily comfort, one's, like, not even one's life, one's right to exist is not dependent and should never be dependent on the bodily autonomy of another person. Someone else's right to live should not be, like, enforced by the state if the consequence is somebody else's bodily autonomy. Like, by that I mean, like, literally their body is the consequence. You know, that being taken away is the consequence. It's not a good thing.
Instead of telling them that they just can't handle it and this isn't the right time, they should just get rid of this human that was put into their care by themselves, presumably, because in 99% of cases, women who get pregnant and want an abortion, it was because they had sex of their own volition and then were like, oh, whoops, another reason why sex is not empowering. This is just a...
So not only is that not true, just objectively, the vast majority of women who get abortions do not get abortions because they, like, had sex and then it's like, whoops, we had a baby, oopsie. That is not where the, like, so the reason for that is most people that don't want to have a baby will usually use some form of birth control birth control. Some form of birth control that is, like, somewhat effective, like pretty effective, right? So usually, like, if you're a responsible couple and you don't want to have a kid, chances are you're using, like, morning after pill. If you suspect something might have happened, like the condom broke or like the pull-out game wasn't on point, you know, birth control pills, condoms, maybe even like a vasectomy or whatever. Vasectomies can fail and undo themselves, apparently. So with all that said, generally, if you're going to have an abortion, it's because one of these things failed. Which usually means that you are, like, that's a very small percentage of people. The majority of abortions are from people that have to get them for medical reasons, unviable pregnancy, rape, incest, or because they were in, like, an abusive situation where they were forced to, like, get pregnant and then they got out of the relationship and now they want to get an abortion because they weren't able to before because of the pressure of a partner. That's generally, like, the most common causes, and that last example is very rare itself. There is not an epidemic of women, like, the conservative stereotype is that, like, women, like, the average lefty woman, like, goes out on a Friday night and has sex with, like, 5 black dudes, which they consider to be a bad thing, remember. Has sex with, like, 5 black dudes in that night, gets pumped full of cum, and then goes to bed, wakes up in the morning, pre-bake, smokes some weed, and then goes to the local Planned Parenthood to have the babies sucked out of them and ground up in a blender. That is, and then, of course, the punch card. And then, of course, as she's walking out, the lady at the reception desk at the Planned Parenthood, gives a little hole in her punch card, and it's like, every third abortion is free. You know, like, that is unironically the world conservatives think we live in. When they talk about abortion, that is the medical procedure and, I guess, institution, quote unquote, that they are imagining when they say abortion. They just think there's these hordes of quote unquote dumb lefty bimbo bitches that are going out there and getting pregnant every month and getting abortions. Just yada yada, time for my monthly abortion. You know, like, that's genuinely the world they think we live in.
Horrible.
It's why they would go outside of Planned Parenthoods and assault the women going inside that were pregnant, if they were visibly pregnant, because they would just assume the women were going in there to get an abortion, even though the vast majority of services Planned Parenthood provides are actually prenatal care. Most women going to Planned Parenthoods are going there to make sure their pregnancy continues healthily and well and the baby is viable and a healthy birth. And yet, it was a notorious problem of conservative men hanging out outside of Planned Parenthoods to assault and berate any woman that tries to go in there. Because they believe these women are just murderers.
A lie that the left has perpetrated against women, that abortion is the best option, or a good option, or an option at all.
I like how she cycled through 3 positions that are completely, like, not, like, one of them is correct, and 2 of them are wrong. And she cycled through all 3 of them. So the first one is, the left tells women that abortion is the best option. Objectively not true. The second one is, the left tells women that abortion is a good option. Also not true. Generally, it is like... And then the final one is, and the left tells women that abortion is an option. All 3 of these things are untrue. The left typically tells women, if they do tell women anything, that abortion is an unfortunate but necessary option that needs to exist for women that have no choice but to seek it out. It is not a happy thing, a joyful thing, or a casual thing, but a very unfortunate last resort to many other barriers of birth control, usually the result of, pregnancy termination is usually done because of rape and incest and other bad stuff happening. Like, it's not a willy-nilly time to get my hole punched for my weekly abortion because I just love casual, irresponsible, unprotected sex. That is how these people try to frame women that get abortions, and it's really disgusting.
Abortion is wrong. It's bad for women. It hurts them. And I truly am furious about this.
Stay mad.
Number 3.
Are you even smart?
Fulfill your potential. Fulfill your potential, ladies.
Wait, did I list as one of my examples that the left tells women they have to pursue STEM fields instead of getting married and having like is that what she's about to do? Did I get another one correct? Did I get another fucking... I mean, listen, it's not that hard, guys. It really isn't that hard.
You can't fulfill your potential unless you get out of the house. How are you going to show how smart you are unless you have an amazing career?
I swear to God, I didn't pre-watch this. I am just this good at predicting what these people will say. They're just that stupid. I swear I did not pre-watch this at all.
I hate that. I hate that. Why can't a woman fulfill her potential at home raising her children? What does potential even mean? Why do I have to prove my potential to people who think of me as replaceable, rather than fulfilling my potential to the little humans I am raising who I literally could not be replaced? Like, I was made to be their mother. They cannot replace me as their mother.
So, basically the argument she's trying to make is that women pursuing out-of-the-home STEM field type jobs is bad. She's not arguing that the left says motherhood is bad, because the left doesn't say this. The left does not demonize motherhood, okay? If anything, the left probably, glorifies motherhood more than the right does, you know? Like, go around to any left-wing space where they do mutual aid, and they will talk about how their priority when it comes to providing mutual aid is helping, number one, kids that don't have any minors that don't have any adult support. Number two, mothers who need help raising their kids. Like, go to any Twitter account or website for a left-wing mutual aid organization. Those are their 2 top priorities for help, groups to help. Kids that have been disowned, usually LGBT kids, and mothers that are single moms that don't have the means to help kids. If anything, the left draws attention to and raises awareness for mothers that need... Hell, most of left-wing talking points are centered around families, mothers not being able to afford health care and other vital services for their kids. The left does not demonize motherhood, okay? No one demonizes motherhood. Nobody realistically is demonizing motherhood except for anti-natalists, maybe. And most of you are going to have to Google that to even know what that is. So, with that said, this is just a lie. It's just a lie. The left does not demonize motherhood. It is simply, the left simply glorifies opportunity. The ideal world for the left is that everybody gets to have a choice of how they want to live their lives. If you're like Abby Shapiro and you want to live the trad wife life, you can. But what you won't be able to do, which is what Abby Shapiro really wants to be able to do, is force other people to live that lifestyle too. Other people will be allowed to live their lives and live them as they please, as long as it doesn't hurt other people, objectively speaking. She'd argue that, like, lefty women, like, living their lives how they wish does hurt society and does hurt people, but it doesn't. Would be able to do what they want. And that is the world that someone like Abby Shapiro is afraid of. A world of freedom and opportunity and choice. That is the world that conservatives fear like none other. Because if we even had a world like that for a moment, people would realize it's possible, it's achievable, and the idea that, like, the world the left wants to achieve is like a pipe dream is all that keeps conservatives going, right? Like, conservatives rely really, really strongly on the world that the left wants, like, on spreading the idea that the world wants to make is a fantasy that's unachievable. The only reason it's a fantasy that's unachievable is because of the right. The people who claim that it is an unachievable fantasy. Kind of starting to see what the issue is now.
So why do we tell women that the only way that they can fulfill their potential is outside of the home, in a job, in a career? I hate that.
This is just not true. I'm actually going to speed up the video a little bit because she's very rambly and not succinct at all with her speaking.
Kind of language, because it makes it as though if you stay at home, you have failed, or you're not living up to how smart you are. Like, what are you talking about? The most important thing you can do is build a home and build your family. Like, why do we make it so that women have to show off that they have done something that is visibly...
This is all just a straw man. I don't really know what I'm supposed to say here. Motherhood is good. Also choosing to become a NASA scientist is also good. That's what the left believes. The left just wants women to have more opportunity to pursue the path they most like. Because right now, most women are kind of banking on, like, all right, pretty soon out of high school, I gotta find a pretty wealthy, well-off, promising guy to marry to make sure that I, don't end up homeless and fucked over. Because, women aren't generally pushed into getting college degrees and like pursuing like STEM fields and high-paying jobs. Like, conservatives love to talk about how the wage gap isn't real and it's actually an earnings gap. That earnings gap exists for a reason. We socialize women not to want to, well, not necessarily not to want to, but not to really have as much of an opportunity to pursue fields that generally yield higher income. And that's one of the things that Abby Shapiro wants to continue to push.
Fulfilling their potential.
She would see that wage gap grow even wider, that earnings gap grow even wider, because that earnings gap growing wider means that women as a demographic have less money and less social power, and women having less social power means they're more dependent on men, demographically speaking, for their needs. So when women weren't allowed to work, which is what the right would ban women from working and voting if they could. When women couldn't vote or work, what could you do if you were a woman growing up in America? You couldn't work, so you couldn't make money to pay bills, to buy a house. You couldn't own land. You couldn't own a business. You couldn't go to school in some cases. Like, what can you do? Nothing. Except get married to the best guy you can find, a guy who is good enough, and settle and live with it. And keep that guy happy, because if you don't, he might divorce you, and then you might be homeless and you might die. That is the world conservatives like Abby Shapiro want for women.
And it's like, if any person can be a mother because you don't need a degree to get pregnant and have a baby, then there's no credit given to the women who do motherhood well, who like care about it and really put in effort. I hate that kind of language. No. You fulfill your potential by just being a good.
She talks like Ben Shapiro, but like coming from Ben Shapiro, it sounds like condescending, like what's the word for it? Like condescending, smarty pants nerd speak. So he sounds smart when he talks like this, but when his sister talks like this, she just sounds like a rambling mean girl. It's really interesting to see how our gendered biases can be affected when you see like a brother and sister who look very similar, believe the same things, and speak the same way, how we perceive the way they speak differently simply because the gender is different.
Person by being a good mother. You don't have to get this high-powered career to prove you're smart or to prove you're ambitious or to prove you did a good job. Stupid. I hate that. Number 4.
Love yourself, ladies.
Be body positive.
Oh, here's what I didn't predict. Here's what she's going to say. That the left glorifies unhealthy body types and tells overweight women that it's fine to be morbidly obese because they put like overweight women on like the covers of magazines for like swimsuits and sports magazines, and they show overweight women in ads for sports gear, and the left is glorifying being overweight and unhealthy, and body positivity and always loving yourself is really unhealthy. That's what she's going to say. Guarantee it. I know exactly how these fucking people speak.
I hate this language. Okay, so here's my issue with this whole body positivity
Let's hear
movement,
it.
and I've talked about this a lot. So, number 1, we encourage women to love their bodies, but not loving their bodies where they're at and for what they do, while also encouraging them to be healthy and lose weight or gain weight if needed. Like, we encourage people to love their bodies where they're at, and that's beautiful. But really, it's very unhealthy, and it doesn't encourage women to actually like get to a healthy place with their bodies. And at the same time, we encourage women to be immodest all the time. Like, we put women in direct competition with each other by encouraging people to dress in a way.
How does this work? So the left simultaneously glorifies unhealthy, overweight physiques, but also glorifies women looking like Instagram models? Wow, she goes right in. Is she going to try to argue that... Okay, let's see what we see.
That shows off their entire bodies. Like, a fashion trend was a bra last season, and you're just supposed to wear a bra out. And it's like, oh no, we're body positive because fat women...
Does she mean like a sports bra? Like a sports bra that you'd exercise in? Like the kind that's like, not, maybe I'm wording it wrong, but like, it's technically a bra, but it's more like a really high cut tank top. It's not like revealing. It looks more like workout clothes. Like it kind of goes up like this. It's more, they tend to be shaped like, they're not super revealing or anything. How the fuck am I supposed to do cardio with a shirt on? Yeah, like like women are jogging outside wearing sports bras all the time, at the gym wearing sports bras all the time. It's typically the most common, besides like maybe a basic tight like workout shirt, the most common women's workout shirt, because, you know, women tend to have big milkers that might kind of cause a problem when you're trying to work out. So having a nice compressing, supportive, yet I guess not according to Abby Shapiro, but I would still say pretty modest, and still like, you know, comforting piece of workout wear. Like, she's just complaining about workout clothes right now.
Women and skinny women and curvy women and boyish women can all wear these things, and they should all wear these things. Who's gonna look better in these things? Come on. Why are we putting people in?
The left tells people to be accepting of their bodies, but then also tells them to wear exposing clothes So who's gonna look better instead exposing clothes? I mean, come on, guys. That is her argument. We have truly reached peak conservative thought.
In direct competition with each other by encouraging them to expose their bodies when we're also telling them, like, love where you're at, you're so beautiful. We're not blind. People are smart. We can tell what's a healthier body than another. And by exposing everything and encouraging people to expose everything, we're only doing a disservice to everybody. It's so stupid. I'm so against the immodesty of our culture.
It feels like she's having a breakdown right now. She hasn't made a argument that's like based on reality enough for me to respond to it in like 20 seconds.
A lot of reasons, but like this is one reason that I hate, because it's so, these two things are paradoxical and they act like they're not, but they are. It's upsetting. On top of which, I mean, the whole idea that you have to expose yourself to show that you're confident is so stupid. You can be confident in your modesty. I cover up because I love my body and I respect it, and I only want to share it with one person who will show it the respect it deserves. Why do you?
Okay. She's just commenting on basic socialization here. It is not a left-wing idea that somebody who's pretty open, like in showing off their body, is probably confident, and somebody who covers it up a lot is probably pretty modest and like shy about their body and not very, and maybe even ashamed. Like, does she really think it's like a left-wing idea that people who are like, that tend to dress revealingly and show off their body a lot are tended to assume to be confident, while the vice versa is assumed to be less confident? Does she genuinely think that's a left-wing idea, or is maybe that like a assumption that we've been able to make since like high school, because that's how we're socialized to think, because our society has sort of like heavily pushed sexualization on women, and so if women don't dress in that way, then we just kind of assume that they must be hiding something. Same goes for guys. If guys dress in a way that covers up their physique, we assume they must be hiding that they're like overweight or super skinny or whatever. Like, that's just kind of how we're socialized. That's not a left-wing idea.
You get access, stranger on the internet, to my body, and you don't care a lick about me. Like, no, we're not doing that. The body positivity movement, the immodesty of our era, like, I hate it. Just dress in a way that is attractive, not attracting, that gives people an opportunity to see your personality and doesn't make people focus on your boobs. Give people an opportunity to
I say nothing.
to exercise and get healthy and well. Yeah. Last but not least is number 5. Women don't need no man. I was talking to Jacob about this because this concept bothers me so much.
Okay. So she is going to strawman the left's actual position on this. This is what the left actually believes. The right, or I guess I'll just say what the left believes without saying what the right believes. The left believes that women should have the opportunity to basically pursue a life very much like a guy can, right? So as a guy, I have never once thought about how I need to get into a relationship with a woman who has a bright future, or my life is fucked. Never once has that thought crossed my mind as a man. And yet I have no doubt that to many women watching right now, particularly cis women, the idea that you need to get an MRS degree. Hypers in chat, if you know what an MRS degree is. There's a word for the sentiment I'm talking about right now. There's a word to describe, like, people came up with a word for this because the sentiment is so common. An MRS degree means married. It's when a woman goes to college and finds a guy who has good grades and seems like he has a bright future and starts dating and fucking him in college. So when he graduates, they're already together and, it's basically a clean line to marriage and a pretty much set life. That is what the MRS degree is. There's a term for it. Essentially, the left wants there to be a path for women to just kind of live a life, choosing to be single and doing their own things, or doing their own thing completely fine, just as easily as a man can. And men choose to do this all the time. I mean, at this point, there's a whole movement around MGTOW, men going their own way, men just living their lives and just, living the single bachelor life or whatever, pretty much. Like, women typically don't get the luxury of living the bachelor lifestyle because we don't usually orient women towards high-earning careers. They usually have no choice but to find a guy to buy them dinner, take them out on dates, drive them to work, give them a place to live. Like, conservatives will shit on women for saying that, like say, oh, women use men for this and that. But, like, what other choice do most women have when we built our society in such a way that the path of least resistance is that path? Abby Shapiro wants to make it so that is the only path. The left wants to make it so it is a path, but certainly not the only path or the path of least resistance. And Abby Shapiro is going to try to strawman the left here into saying, the left says women don't need any man, and that women can be empowered and strong and live fulfilled lives on their own. But in reality, look at anybody. Anybody who tries to live a life without any partner is going to be lonely, and they aren't going to, feel fulfilled, and they aren't going to have kids and feel like they've achieved anything in life, and they're not going to have somebody that holds them at night when they're in bed, and they're going to be lonely and sad. And she's going to try to use some like basic bitch like emotional arguments to and I say basic bitch isn't like just basic, some basic like conservative arguments to be like, no, actually being single as a woman is bad because you would feel lonely and you wouldn't have kids and you wouldn't accomplish motherhood, which is the greatest thing a woman can do. They genuinely believe that, by the way. They think what they quote unquote motherhood is the greatest thing a woman can do is genuinely what they believe. And I will say it's a pretty cool thing. Like, it's pretty cool that humans can kind of, use their own body to create another human, That's pretty cool. And raising that little flesh being that you popped out into an actual person that like you can actually engage with and talk to and has a personality and actually like goes out to achieve their own things is also pretty impressive. It is not the most impressive thing though. I would say that lady who led the team that took the first ever photo of a black hole's what's the term for like the light emission that you can see just around the ring of the black hole? It's like the Coriolis or something. There's a term for it. It's the only escapable light you can see outside of the black hole. We took a picture of it. Woman led the team of scientists that did it. I'd say she's more, the Hawking radiation emitting from it, but there's another term for it. Accretion disk? I think the term is accretion disk. Regardless, though, we took a Yeah, thank you, Crick Chirp. Anyway, we took a picture of that. Woman led the team that got the photo, and it was a really big thing, and like conservatives got really mad saying, well, actually, a woman didn't take the first ever photo of a black hole. She was actually just leading the team, and there were mostly men on the team. And it's like, but she led the team. Like her face is at the forefront. Like she was the team leader, and like she was like the Rick Grimes leading the team in this operation. So like, if you're going to accredit like one person as the face of like accomplishing this, she would be the one. Regardless though, I think she's probably achieved more than like the average mother has personally, because there are also a lot of mothers out there that are pretty shit. Like pretty shit. Like they had a baby and then they basically gave up after that. By conservative logic, they would consider the average deadbeat, alcoholic, abusive mom who just gave up after giving birth as accomplishing more than that woman who led the team that took a photo of the first ever photo of a black hole. That is what conservative logic would lead them to.
When we watch like girl power movies or movies that are directed towards women, there's so many these days that if they're not a chick flick, it's a movie where a woman needs to prove that she's independent at the end. So she doesn't have any man. She's like, look at me, I figured it out. I don't need any man to help me find.
You know what's funny? This isn't even true. Most independent badass woman movies don't even do that. They always, like in my experience, they always tend to have like a antagonistic, like neckbeard incel male character that pursues the hot, powerful female character, whether it be for like some sexual means or just generally being an antagonist, like neckbeard type. And then the woman will have like a strapping like Chad romance interest that she'll be into, and he'll either like, I know in Wonder Woman the Chad love interest guy dies, and so she ends up just single and independent at the end of the movie because the Chad dude she's into dies. But like that's really common, is like, no, it's not the woman decided she's independent, it's that like something happened in the movie that made her single, but she had a romantic interest, and the movie never pushed a message of having that romantic interest made her lesser, or that she didn't need said romantic interest. Like that, this idea that like, she doesn't need no man is so common in media is kind of ridiculous, because it's not. Like, these industries make movies and TV shows and whatnot for an audience to make money, and shipping makes money. Like, these industries, like movie making, like studios, can't fucking resist the urge to engage in shipping bait, because it just brings in the clicks, keeps the online clicks coming.
Myself, because I'm so strong and empowered. But movies that are geared towards men that teach them lessons are like, you know what's really important? Family. You know what's really important? Your wife. Why do we do that for men, which is correct, and do the opposite for women? Like, why are we encouraging women to not look for that stability, that love, that home that will bring them happiness? I mean, I get the idea that.
So the stories that she's probably referencing right now about the most important things to men being family are probably like your average action film where like muscular, ripped, muscle Chad action hero goes out to kill all the bad guys that kidnapped his family, and he's like, I love my family, I'll do anything for them, and then and it's just it's like him killing 500 people, either to avenge his family or to save his family. Like, that's probably what she's talking about, which I would probably argue is at least some part of toxic masculinity. But if she's talking about, like, I don't know, like God of War, the new God of War game, I would say that pushes a pretty positive message to men. And this is actually this is probably the most valid thing I've heard Abby Shapiro say ever. I actually can't think of a movie that I have seen, or a book, or a game, or anything like that I have seen directed at women that pushes a message mostly unrelated to womanhood, right? Like, I've never seen a movie that was like, the female main character is just like, I don't know, maybe, actually, you know what? I think there is a good example. Turning Red. That's an example. I forgot about Turning Red. Main character of that movie is a woman, technically. She's a girl, but still female. And her entire conflict is about like figuring out who she is and accepting herself. Nothing necessarily to do with being a woman, even though conservatives seem to assume the red panda thing is like an analogy for periods. It's not. It's not. It's like they made a few jokes about it, but it's not a reference to periods. Anyway. Also kind of hot. There we go. Turning Red didn't address 9/11. That is true. They really should have done that.
Men are more pulled in the direction of wanting to just like screw around and not really be at home.
Regardless, though, I still stand by what I said. That is the most valid thing I've heard Abby Shapiro say. There are a lot of stories out there for like that are directed at men, such as God of War, Logan, The Walking Dead Telltale game, season 1, like a lot of games that are like the dadification of games type things, or movies that are like the dadification stuff, where it's like man seeks redemption through saving family, avenging family, creating new family, and protecting said family, right? Like, that is such a common trend, The Last of Us, in media, mostly directed at men, right? Like, that is the, like, and most media meant to push a message directed at women tends to be a girl power chick flick, right? Like, who remembers Captain Marvel? Like, Captain Marvel definitely gets more shit than is probably warranted, despite how mediocre of a Marvel movie as it was. But who remembers that scene at the end where it's the "I'm just a girl" song playing as she's, like, beating up the bad guys? Who else cringed? That clip basically embodies the 99% of media aimed at women that, like, is meant to leave that woman with a lasting message. I really haven't seen a lot of, like, media that doesn't try to push some kind of girl power narrative that, like, pushes a message to women. That is the one valid thing I've heard Abby Shapiro say.
Theoretically, like, they want to be more...
To be fair, there probably is a lot that I just don't know about, to be fair.
They're more bachelors, and that women have more of a tendency to want to be married and have children, and so maybe they're trying to make those women who haven't found that yet feel better about themselves. But don't encourage women to make those decisions. Like, what? That's stupid. That's not good. It doesn't make anyone happy. I understand that we're trying to comfort those women who have not yet found this, but by making bad decisions, you're only making it harder for yourself to find a husband and to have children and have a home life. Like, no, women are not better off by being independent. And
so what she's arguing right now is that women that have not gotten married, like, by a certain point in their life, that saying their lifestyle is okay is encouraging unhealthy living, because women pursuing a career instead of getting married and having kids is actually unhealthy and bad. Remember, guys, she is the one saying women should be forced to do this, this, and that. The left is saying women should be able to do whatever they want as long as it doesn't hurt anybody. Which political ideology sounds most like it values freedom?
And going
and
off
liberty.
without a man and not needing someone. Everybody needs a partner. Men need women, women need men. Done. Solved. The mystery of the world has been solved. So stop telling women.
I don't know, some men need men. I actually know a lot of men that need men. Listen, dude, like when you do lefty political streams, you'll meet a lot of horny gay guys, and they definitely need men, okay? They don't need women. They need men, okay? So sometimes men need men, sometimes women need women, and, that's just the way it is. Sometimes NBs need NBs, and all the combinations in between. Sometimes there's even 3 or 4 ways, where there's, like, multiple, you can get multiple digits on this calculation.
That they are better off on their own, and that they're stronger on their own. No, like, figure yourself out, but don't eschew men. Men are very good for you. They will make you better, and you will make them better. Good, correct, congratulations. Gosh.
I do, so one thing that you may notice about, like, the type of content that Abby Shapiro makes, and it's sort of a mask-off moment from Abby Shapiro, the right believes... So the right will be very honest with what they believe about men in particular when not in the context of debating the left. So when debating against the left, conservative men will say, you feminists think every man is a sexual predator. You think every man is a future rapist or a sexual assaulter. Not all men, hashtag not all men, yada yada. You guys agree, right? You've seen this, I'm sure. But then you see a couple of conservative guys talking about, whether or not their daughters should be allowed to date. And all of a sudden, all men are rapists. All men are a threat. All men are future sexual assaulters and rapists. All of a sudden, they know how men think. Interesting, huh? It's almost like maybe there's a reason why they know how all men think. Conservatives believe that men, they won't admit it, but they do believe that, because they know what they are, that men are monstrous predators that would use, that if not literally kept in line by the threat of endless, unending torture and hell, would be out there murdering and raping and stealing whatever they want. That is what conservatives believe and will literally argue the natural state of man is. And that women are like the polar opposite. they're less intelligent, but they're also they're less violent, and they're more nurturing, and they're more they're more passive, and so they act as sort of, men are like fire and women are like the water that cools them down and keeps them tempered, right? And that's the idea that conservatives push, but at the core of it, it is the belief that men fundamentally suck and that women also fundamentally suck, but definitely a lot more than men, and that the only way for you to be fulfilled is to find a woman or to find a man. Depending on what gender you are. Obviously, if you're a man, you can't find a man. If you're a woman, you can't find a woman in their world. But they believe that finding a partner of the opposite sex is vital to being a fulfilled human being. They don't believe you can live a fulfilling life without having children, a wife, kids, all that bullshit, right? And while I think that would definitely be a nice part of having a well-rounded life, I do not think it is a necessary part of having a fulfilling life. Don't let conservatives judge and shame you into changing who you are and changing, your life for the worse, okay? So many conservatives are so deathly afraid of the left bullying them into becoming better people, and yet they'll listen to conservative pundits like this shame them into living a very certain lifestyle, arguing that they'll be miserable and, in fact, immoral if they don't live the way that insert political commentator says they need to. Regardless, though, if you enjoyed this video and you want to support my channel, my videos, my streams, and my VODs, please consider liking it. It really does help out a lot. It takes half a second. Simply just hitting that thumbs up button twists YouTube's arm and basically forces them to send my videos, my segments, my content into the recommendations of new people. It helps out the channel a shit ton. And of course, if you want to see more from me online, you can also follow my social medias, all linked down below. But don't forget to subscribe, ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications, and comment down below if you want to help boost my content in the algorithm a little extra. And of course, if you want to support me, a little bit more tangibly, and you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, you can come to my website, xanderhall.com/live, and donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on said website to support me. You can also support me financially on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and Patreon. But with all that said, regardless of how you support me, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Hey chat, I think I realized how best to do the second channel in the future. So all streams would happen here on the main channel, right? We would always stream whatever I do that's live here on the main channel. But let's say after segments, we do the live streamed Minecraft stuff, I would record it, and then it would get edited and uploaded as an individual cut and edited video on its own up on the second channel. So gaming stuff, if I did a long gaming playthrough, it would be clipped up and put up almost in a Let's Play format on the second channel. And so any content like that would just not make sense on the main channel would go up on the second channel, but everything would still be live streamed on the main channel as usual. Call it Xanderthal. It'll probably just be called Xan. Put it on the main channel, please. Well, there'll be a link to the second channel on the main channel, but yeah, this won't start until I'm in Seattle. But God, I've got so many plans. I'm so excited. I'm so excited, guys. Cr1TiKaL, speaking of excitement to move to Seattle, we got someone contributing to said move. Cr1TiKaL, thank you for the 5 Tier 1 gifted subs. That is $25 Redinos right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sure that I flewhelmed, Pesky Willowbee, Straw Hat Monty 97 and Sock Pole all really appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. Sent me a CurseForge link and said, I want to do a server on this mod pack at some point. Kingdom Building Roleplay server. Mod is 2019. It's sad that it's outdated, but I mean it's 1.12, so that's fine. So it's a kingdom building. Way too outdated, would be worth playing. If it had a newer version, it won't work. Be aware of villagers starving themselves at random times, even when there is food in the storage. Seems like the mod pack is pretty broken at the moment and outdated, but definitely if this mod were to ever get updated, the Village and Pillage update upset me so much because it was such a watered down shit version of what mods had already done in the past. Like, we just had updated trading that was like a little bit better and made a little bit more sense. We had like the most basic shitty looking designs for different villager types. They did some basic like tasks around the village, like they'll break and replant like farming stuff, and that's it. But like, you can download a mod where you'll be able to see villagers that are like, here's the lumberjack. He has an axe, and he goes out and chops down trees and replants them, and then brings the wood back to the town, what's the word for it? Architect. Then the town architect starts building new houses as new people are born and start growing up and need new houses. And the village expands over time and dynamically changes, and people do their jobs and stuff. Like, there are mods like that. They could have added that to Minecraft, and they didn't. They just added this, like, watered-down, basic bitch version of villager update, and it's like, improve villager mod? Yeah, like, there's so many mods that have done this, and it's just, it's so frustrating. Being a Minecraft fan is just endlessly frustrating. That's really what it is. Heavy Gretel, thank you for the tier 1 gifted, the tier 1 gifted sub to Kitty the Atheist. I really appreciate that, and I'm sure they do too. Says, here you go, Kitty the Atheist. Enjoy not being a white name. True! Congrats on being blue. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind and based. Softest Leftist, thank you for the $8 donation. Very kind and based. Said, I had to get your fund to the most superior of numbers. Good luck with the move. Super happy to be part of this nice community already. Smiley face. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate the $8. It's very kind. Thank you for the support and the contribution to our seemingly never-ending stride to make it to Seattle. It's not never-ending, though. Don't worry. As long as we keep hitting the dono goal, we should be there by the end of January. Oh my god, Otto Von Kaz, thank you for the $50 donation. Wow, oh my lord, what an oiler. Don't be mistaken, I love your content and I have the same ideas as you, but isn't the declining birth rate a major issue for us? And we should be focusing on that more than most things? No. Nah. Declining birth rates are not an issue. So yes, while people and like human beings are a resource that makes an economy more powerful and thus makes a country more prosperous and powerful, immigration demonstrably results in all of the outcomes that a higher birth rate contributes to, like all the positives that a higher birth rate contributes to, but better. Like, more immigration is better than a higher birth rate. For both your culture, your country, your economy, just everything. Because less people giving birth. So it depends on why the birth rate is dropping. Right now, the birth rate is dropping because it's harder to raise a family. That's why. Every year it gets harder to raise a family. Like, every kid born, each passing day has it harder than the kid who was born the day before. Assuming that things keep going the way they are. Which basically is going to result in objectively lower birth rates. I think that birth rates would probably even out or rise if raising children and having a family was not so finance gated, right? If it was easier to do that. If it was less easy to just go dual income, no kids, right? So until we have that society, yeah, I think we're probably just going to see the birth rates drop, but that's probably fine considering the fact that they're dropping in order for people to save money and like not be broke, and we still have a fair amount of immigration going on, and said immigration has a very positive impact on the economy and fueling our workforce. In America, assuming conservatives don't take like even then, I don't think conservatives would actually want to cut down on immigration realistically if they could. They tried to build the wall, but the wall like, objectively, wouldn't stop immigration, illegal or legal. Most illegal immigration happened from people overstaying work visas, not to mention you could just throw shit over the wall, climb it, or like, get a ladder. Like, the wall was nothing but a symbol to appease a racist voter base. It didn't actually do anything and would never have actually done anything to affect immigration. The right doesn't actually want to stop immigration. The people who make up the GOP are all massive corporate business owners. They benefit from immigration. They'll shit-talk it, and they'll appease their racist supporters as much as they need to by shit-talking it, but they won't actually take the step of cutting off immigration in any substantive way. Our economy relies on immigration, illegal and legal. Anyway, I really appreciate the $50, Otto Von Kaz. Overall, no, I don't think the dropping birth rates are a thing to worry about. I think the thing making the birth rates drop, which is the financial stress that Zoomers are put under and millennials are put under, is the thing to be worried about. Zan Weird asks, but did you know that Waterloo 1970 was made by the fucking Soviets? I already knew about that. Zan, did you cover the Moist v SNEAKO thing yet? Yes, I did, Turbo. I already did cover that. I've actually covered all the topics that I had lined out for today's stream. I really couldn't find a lot of topics to cover today, so from here, I guess it's just a matter of what you guys recommend. Actually, I know what I should cover. Definitely come up with things for me to cover in chat, because I want to stream for like a couple more hours and get a few more segments done. But I actually know exactly what I want to cover. People told me that Friendly Jordy's house got firebombed. Okay. All right, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay. So, I'm not really familiar with a lot of political, like, figures outside of America. I've been trying to get to know more about politics outside of America lately in particular. But one of the most popular political figures on the left outside of America is an Australian YouTuber by the name of Friendly Jordy's. Now, something you have to understand about Australia is they don't have freedom of speech like we have here in America. And I learned about Friendly Jordy's after he was arrested for criticizing some high-up Australian politician. Literally all he did on his podcast was criticize a high-up politician, and he had a knock at his door, and he got carried away in handcuffs. Illegal. Like, I don't even think it was legal in Australia. Like, I think it was unconstitutional in Australia, but they don't really have... They're not as strong on the whole freedom of speech. You can criticize the government and your politicians as much as you like, as we do here in America, over there, down under, in the land of lost wars to emus and boomerangs and didgeridoos and kangaroos and Outback steakhouses, I assume. I don't know. I don't know much about Australia. Regardless, the Australian government tried to basically plaster the label of terrorist on Friendly Jordy's. Now, to be clear, I don't really know much about Friendly Jordy's other than he's pretty based politically, though he's also kind of an asshole from what I've seen. Like, I'm pretty certain he would fucking despise me. I know that he hates Vosh, and I imagine he would hate all Debate Bro LeftTube streamers or whatever, but regardless, we're still going to take a look at this, because apparently his fucking house was firebombed. This is my first time watching this or looking into it. I was told about this yesterday on stream, and I saved talking about it for today because I had not yesterday, a few days ago on stream, and I saved talking about it because I had too much to cover on my last stream. But here, we absolutely have an opening for it, and I want to learn about this shit. I was very tempted to Google this and watch a video on it, this video to be exact, right after ending my last stream, but I did not. I have once again... I've kept myself from spoiling myself on a very, very appealing video so that I could watch it for the first time with you guys, because I am what they call, say it with me, chat, a good streamer. Come on, chat, say it with me. A good streamer. Thank you, chat. So this is Friendly Jordy's video about this. On the 17th of November, a firebomb was set off in my neighbor's house. What the fuck? We do not know who started it, but luckily it was put out quickly. The fuck? Last night, my house was firebombed in what appears to be another deliberate attack. Wait, what the? Did they get the wrong house first? Like, what the fuck?
In case you haven't heard, and the press did everything that they possibly could to make sure that you know exactly where I live.
Here on Wilger Street, because of who...
Yeah, like, good job. So, for one, yes, functionally, if his house was getting firebombed, you could probably already find his address if you went out looking for it in some dark, creepy corners of the internet. Like, chances are he'd already been doxxed by, like, Kiwi Farms or some, you know, awful, fucking dingy, awful corner of the internet like that. However, I will say, it really is peak boomer mainstream media not understanding the internet for an online public figure to be the victim of a firebombing. And for the response to be, let's air the address on national television. That sounds like a great idea. It would be like if in response to a YouTuber getting swatted, if I announced the address at which they've been swatted in my video covering the swatting, you know? Like, it's so, like, what a fucking miss. How disconnected can the mainstream media be from internet culture?
Lives here out the back, YouTuber and political comedian Jordan Shanks.
Thank you very much, you vultures. My house was burned down to some degree. I don't know, I haven't seen it yet.
It is absolutely wild to think that people speak this way. No, listen, I love my Aussie fans, but it really is just wild listening to the accent every once in a while and just, like, trying to replicate it. So, I figure my house has been down, because they say down under, and they say under instead of under. It's like spicy British. It's the hottest accent. I'm not gonna lie, Australian women absolutely do turn me the fuck on, okay? Women with Australian accents, it works. It fucking works.
Because I just came back from a tour. So we're gonna go now and look at the damage. But yeah, it looks like it was some heavy hitters. There's obviously a few suspects that I might be divulging in a press conference soon.
A press conference? Okay, I know this guy is fucking huge. Like, this guy is a big YouTuber. I have 684k subs. It's actually less than I thought. I thought he was like a 5 million sub YouTuber. Like, this guy's pretty big. Like, I mean, 685k subs is ridiculous for any left-wing figure online to have. But, like, I thought he was way bigger. But, like, a fucking press conference. God damn. Florida's the United States, Australia? True. I am basically an American-Australian man. So my accent should turn you on just as much as the Australian accent does. Am I right, chat?
And let's see how much those sacks of sorry vermin let go to the news. Because so far their story has been, with so many enemies and so many people hating him, it's a wonder that this hasn't happened sooner. Oh, okay, so you wish death on me. Thanks so much, you fucking seven.
Police admit given Shanks' controversial videos posted online, there may be...
I honestly think, I don't know if I was an Australian political commentator talking about Australian politics, just from the bits of it that I'd seen, it would take every ounce of my power not to Fed post. Like, Friendly Jordy's is a more powerful man than I, because, like, the type of politics you have to argue against in Australia is so different than the type you have to argue against here in America. Like, here in America, our like opposition as like lefties arguing against the right, like our opposition are obviously evil, right? Like, we can basically just do a look at the camera and the message gets across that these people want to kill you and no act against them can be considered immoral. All right, like that point is basically in Minecraft is basically gotten just across by default, just sort of implicitly there. When we talk about how the right wants to, you know, just like kill all the minorities they hate. But in like Australia, you got to argue against this like cheeky pseudo-progressive, like imagine like the Democratic Party, but if the Democratic Party was like doing stuff almost as bad as the Republicans. That is what the conservatives in Australia are like, from my understanding. They're really good at virtue signaling and playing civility politics, and it's a lot harder to like prove how obviously evil and wrong they are than it is with your average, like, objectively, clearly evil conservative figure, right? Like, in Australia, the, like, political engagement's just so different, you know? It's interesting, but it's frustrating. I don't know how Australian political commentators do it. Like, the Labour Party seems like a massive fucking pain in the ass to deal with. The Liberal Party seems like the peak wine mom shit, and the Conservative Party seems like just full on Nazis, right? Like the Liberal Party is more like not like the Republicans, but more like a libertarian right party, you know? They're like conservative but not really right wing, and there's like a full on conservative party that's like basically fascist. And that's like the equivalent of, that's their Republican Party.
A long list of people who have issues with him.
The problem is that like white nationalism and neo-Nazism and like the like culture war topics don't seem as big in Australia. People actually vote a little more on the issues in Australia. A big part of it is compulsory voting too. You have to pay a fine if you don't show up to vote in Australia. So if you're gonna vote, if you're forced to vote by the government and you live there, like you're probably gonna actually like, go out of your way to do research and learn about the topics and like, you know, you kind of, you know, you're like, if you're forced to go out and vote, you're gonna just go ahead and learn about who you have to vote for, most likely. There's a higher chance of it, right? And that's why I think you have a lot less, like, stupid culture war shit going on. You just have a much more informed and compulsory voter base, which, you know, you kind of need a base of people too disaffected to vote to have a culture war like what we have in America. Australia doesn't have that. They have an educated voter population that has like the bare minimum of like education generally on the issues. And so what's being talked about, what's being argued about is very different than here in America, you know? It almost feels like they're a bit ahead of us, you know? There's still a lot of stupidity, but they're a bit ahead of us, right? Like everybody seems more competent and like less of a clown over there when it comes to their political scene.
Obviously, we've done some extremely dangerous reporting over the last year, I suppose, of a bunch of extremely powerful people and corporations. There is many people that would want to do that. I obviously can't say who I suspect it is, but I do have like a short list in my head of who I think would have done it. I would hope that the New South Wales strike force that is supposedly
unrelated to Friendly Jordy's situation and the concept of him getting revenge or anything like that, but do you know that it only costs like $15 to make a pipe bomb? Pretty wild, huh? Like, it's surprisingly cheap to make a pipe bomb. Anyway, back to the video.
Set up for fixated people and terrorists would be looking into this instead of a comedian.
Not that Friendly Jordies should ever even think about pipe bombs in any context.
His team for 6 months straight at the whim of a previous premier that all of you defended for his last 10 years, and then when he came out, and even after all the New York stuff, you're still sitting there defending him now. I saw all of your articles today where you all wrote all of the same little narrative that you write every time. I would hope that you would put just as much attention on the fact, A, where you all wrote all of the same.
Okay, so they included, all of them include this little tidbit about Friendly Jordies suing YouTube, because there was a guy that had like put out, I guess, a hit piece on him from a former Nationalist Party guy. Like, yeah, some like Nazi dude had like made a hit piece on him that was like defamatory, and he'd sued Google to get it taken down. And I guess this media outlet is like framing it as if this was him getting his just desserts for that. Bruce was the politician who tried to sue Jordan. Oh, he got sued. Zan, that's not him suing. That's the Nat guy. Wait, so the guy, the Nationalist Party guy, Bruce, apparently, which is literally the name of the Olog, the troll in Shadow of War with the Australian accent that you end up making part of your army. I'm not kidding. BRUZ. There is a fucking Olog, a troll in Shadow of War that ends up being your tutorial guy, and he has an Australian accent. His name's fucking Bruce. Anyway, so Bruce the troll apparently sued Friendly Jordies for a video criticizing him. Okay. All right. And the guy's name was, I guess, Bruce Barillaro, I guess? Okay. So I guess the idea is that this Bruce guy or somebody else, one of the many enemies that he's made, was responsible for this, but he can't say who he thinks it was. I see. But he's pretty sure he knows who it was. Zan, his name isn't actually Bruce. I don't care.
Little narrative that you write every time, I would hope that you would put just as much attention on the fact that that happened as you have on trying to assassinate my character over the last year. Thanks for your time.
Did something happen here a week ago, Jordan?
Someone has clearly just tried to kill Jordan Shanks. He's extremely upset. It's not something he can make a gag about, you know? And as he said, the list...
I should mention, by the way, the mainstream media fucking despises this guy. I want you to imagine if America was basically fully controlled by Democrats, right? Like the most establishment corporate Democrats you can imagine, like your Kristen Sinema's, your Chuck Schumer's, your Nancy Pelosi's, etc., right? Like, these were the people that had like a stranglehold in the politics of basically the whole country. They controlled every media outlet, and like they were the establishment, period, nearly unchallenged, right? That is the state of Australia as I understand it. Pretty much the politics of the Democrats is what controls Australia, and it's all corpo bullshit. And basically imagine if the Democrats had full control, wanted to keep it, and didn't like the establishment being attacked, and they no longer were too preoccupied fighting the Republicans to focus on attacking the left. This is a moderate left, quote unquote, if you want to call it that, in Australia, that actually has the time and energy to attack people to the left of them for criticizing them for not being left or progressive enough. This is what it looks like. This is what the Democrats would be doing if they had full control, and it was like people more left-wing than them that posed a larger threat to their control of the government than the Republicans. They'd absolutely, like BuzzFeed and like New York Times and CNN would absolutely be doing snarky coverage of like, a lefty, like leftist political streamer got swatted. Oh, well, this lefty political streamer's criticized our Lord and Savior Obama quite a few times. Like, that would be the world we'd live in if America had the politics of Australia. That is basically what I've come to understand Australian politics is like.
The list of suspects is considerable.
Any Australians in chat want to confirm or deny?
It makes one ponder. But also, to give him due, give him some credit for the work he's done, for this extraordinary array of stories that he's brought against the most powerful people in New South Wales and some of its most powerful corporations. And also, he's also
For those of you guys unaware, New South Wales is a part of Australia.
Also facing jail on a private criminal prosecution by Clubs New South Wales. This is out of control. This man is one of the best journalists in the state, as far as I'm concerned. Yes, he's got character faults that people like to point on, but no one has the record that he has for doing some hard-hitting journalism.
This is basically like this is like if Vosh was a larger political figure in the political, like in American politics, like enough to be on the news all the time. Like you'd have Vosh's lawyer out there like, I honestly think he's one of the best political commentators out there. Yes, he's got some personality flaws that people can certainly take issue with, but you know, it's this is how I imagine, like, only in Australia can you get the mainstream media talking about edgy left-wing political figures, and like you have their lawyer there speaking to the media like, oh yeah, they're a little edgy on the internet, but you know, some of the most hard-hitting political commentary you'll find. You know, Vosh's lawyer, yeah.
Journalism, and this is his payday.
That image in my head is amazing. I need you all to close your eyes and imagine it, because it gets funnier and funnier the more clear the picture becomes.
Someone's trying to kill him, and another corporation's trying to put him in jail. It's got to end, but all power to Jordan Shanks.
What happened here last week? Is this the second time he's been
It's the second time. It's the second time.
What happened last week?
There was an attempted...
Excuse me 1 second, folks. Let's do this, please, gentlemen.
Well, that was not fun at all.
The thing he was talking about, the attempted thing, was there was a firebombing at Friendly Jordy's neighbor's house a week before, and then a week later his house got firebombed. So, safe to assume that, like, they got the wrong house and then came back to get the right one.
Went home, and...
So this is more than premeditated. This is like somebody... This is the level of premeditated of, like, somebody bought a gun, planned out a murder, shot at the person they planned to murder, missed, ran away and failed, came back a week later, tried again, then succeeded. That is the level of premeditated on this crime we're talking here.
And there is just an absolute pack of hyenas, the scrum, the sheer opportunistic interest in their eyes. No empathy whatsoever. Absolute scumbags. It's always the same pattern. If you're a member of the press, you are always an absolute unthinking goblin. And then I pushed my way past that scrum, which I do like, because that is something that I've always wanted to do in my entire life, is just go past the press back being like, out of my way, you filthy vultures. And they did do the kind of like birds flapping away when they go past a wildebeest, and they're like, ah, just move past. And then I go and...
They try to chase you down too, don't they? God. I dread the day where I've got like 50 cameras pointed at me and 10 microphones pointed at me, and I'm just like, fuck. All right, time for me to kick my brain into 110% gear. I better not stutter on a single word.
Say to the cops, and I wish that I could have said it to the fireys, but they come up and ask me later, but I just wanted to say thanks to them, because look at them. Stoic public servants, getting paid absolutely nothing, getting their budgets cut all the time by this filthy government that those rodents protect, and then they're sitting there, seeing if I'm okay, telling me what the damage was, saying, is there anything you need? And then I said...
It's so wild watching Australian, like, political stuff compared to American political stuff, because these words coming out of the mouth of a political figure in America would be coming out of the mouth of a conservative. Or at the very least, like a super populist Nosbold type, right? Because in America, the mainstream, there's this narrative by the right, the mainstream is controlled by the leftists and whatnot. When in reality, it's controlled by the right, corporate business interests and what have you. In Australia, though, there isn't really that mirage of like a culture war covering it up. It really is more straightforward corporate interest versus the interest of the working class. Like, there's certainly social issues to be talked about. Like, there's an entire multiple indigenous populations in Australia, literally, you could argue being culturally genocided, like literally having their land taken from them and like bulldozed over and whatnot, and they're staging protests to protect like their land. Like, that's the kind of thing happening in Australia within like the last 5 years, I feel like. So stuff like that is happening, but overall, the political focus is much more of a how many people are actually have class consciousness and how many don't. Like, the world of politics in Australia is what I wish we had here, where you could actually cut through most of the culture war nonsense and genuinely talk about, like, corporate control and the establishment and the media bias, etc., without it all playing into the hands of, like, neo-Nazis, like it does here in America. Because it pretty much always plays into the hands of neo-Nazis when you argue that stuff here. Because it's just, yeah. Dude's house gets firebombed and these motherfuckers like, this is going to make such a good story, despicable. Yeah, I mean, they're fucking vultures, as he said.
Yeah, just go tell the firefighters that I said thanks. They actually wanted something other than their little scoop. They wanted to see if a member of the public was okay. And I just got to say, I don't know, a big part of why we do what we do is honestly so that those guys get a better cut in life, because they clearly deserve it. It's just so wrong when this government's in power that all of the people that actually help out society get treated like dirt, while those get wined and dined with their fancy lunches, which is exactly why they protected John Barilaro for 10 years, because it gives me wine. I was just walking to the cop shop now to give a statement.
Wait, the John Barilano guy, the bruise dude, was he like some, like, is he like some Mark Dice or Mark Cuban? Mark Cuban. Is he like some Mark Cuban figure? Like super fucking rich and powerful, and like he's had every single like famous influential politician over for dinner, and like now he's got them in their pockets, and so he used that bias to control the media coverage of Friendly Jordy's lawsuit with that guy? And he's a deputy premier of North South Wales, former deputy premier. Damn, dude. You actually have, like, the fucking shady business dinners. Like, all of the meme. I wish I was Australian. Holy fuck. I never thought I'd say this. I wish I was Australian. Yes, I would have less freedom of speech. Yes, I'd be at risk of getting my house firebombed. But at least you could cut through the bullshit culture war nonsense and actually talk about, like, the hegemonic control that the 1% has over the 99%. Like, the unironic, like, pro-worker memes. You can actually cut through the bullshit and talk about that stuff there, because that's actually what's relevant in politics in Australia. Here, like, talking about, like, class consciousness here in America is kind of like talking about painting your fence during a hurricane, right? When you're trying to fight off fascism, it's kind of, like, pointless to try to introduce socialism to people, because you're just going to sort of alienate the people you desperately need to not be fascists, right? But in the case of Australia, it doesn't really seem like the country's teetering on the edge of fascism, and you can kind of, you know, spread class consciousness and talk about, like, you know, pro-worker stuff without it ceding ground to the far right.
And we're back from giving my police statement, which took hours. More than I expected. I expected it to be a few hours, not that many hours, and I am very glad for it. It means that the police are taking this very, very seriously. That's your tax files at work right there. They do a bang-up job. Thank you so much for doing it. They were extremely thorough. I think the reason it took longer is because at some point they said, quote, you ready for this?
Zan, it's crazy how big this guy is that even Wikipedia cocksucks him and calls him a small business owner. He has a net worth of $4 million. The problem is that literally every capitalist country on earth considers a small business owner. Like, what is a small... When you imagine what you consider to be a small business and what the government of any capitalist country considers a small business is very different. 200 employees in, like, 4 factories is a small business to the US government and Australia's government. To you, a small business is like a mom and pop shop in, like, a small town, you know, selling little knickknacks or whatever the fuck, or like a little bakery or a restaurant run by a little, you know, like a little family, a family-owned store or something. Like, no, that is not what the U.S. government considers a small business. A small business is like something that in the next couple of years is going to be an enterprise, because that's all the US government gives a fuck about.
Do you have any enemies? To which I said, how long you got?
How Giga Chad? How fucking Giga Chad? I hope at some point, I actually don't hope, but what a silver lining that he got to say to the police in response to, do you have any enemies? How long do you have? Like, the only Giga Chaddest line I can think of more so than that is the line from God of War 2018 where Freya asks Kratos if he's been to the underworld, the realm of death. And Kratos replies, not this one. That is the only line more hard than what he just said. Giga Chad's in chat.
And he said, all day. Which it actually did take all day. And then he said, yeah, my shift's about to end. I think that's enough. So that obviously is why this is getting recorded so long. In the meantime,
who does Friendly Jordies think firebombed him? He can't say. You have to understand, he's Australian. They don't have free speech there like we do. If he said, I think blank firebombed my house or blank was behind it, he will literally get arrested for, not libel, because that's in print, slander. He'd be sued for slander within like a week. Slander or defamation. Like, unironically, he like, I could say, like, if I got swatted on stream, I could say, I think blank allegedly did it. In America, and it would not carry legal ground. In Australia, I believe a statement like, I think blank did it, even allegedly, would carry legal ground to it, and he could go to jail for saying that.
Meantime, however, there were so many people throughout my life that have obviously sent me a bunch of messages saying, I hope that you're okay.
Guarantee his lawyer would tell him not to say who he thinks it is anyway.
I haven't gotten to any of those so far. Obviously, the ones that note would be the Honourable Kevin Wright, the Honourable Michael Daly. Thank you so much for calling to see if I was all right. I do really appreciate that. It really does show you who's working for you in the...
I'm sorry, guys. I don't have Friendly Jordy's phone number. I wasn't able to call him to make sure he was all right. I also didn't know this happened until literally like a couple days ago. I'm glad he's okay. Like, holy shit. How fucking close was that? Like, he could have died. He actually could have died. Someone firebombed his house, and he wasn't home, apparently. Which might have been what saved him. That is absolutely fucking crazy. This was an attempt on his life.
In the public sector, when you get these messages, the firefighters union, I don't know why you're thanking me. I should be thanking you, and I will take this opportunity to do so. So I do very much appreciate that, guys. It was truly heartwarming that you would say that.
This is a video that apparently breaks down who they think did it. Let's see.
Not even God is going to stop me doing what I'm going to do.
Oh, people think the people that he covered in this video did the firebombing? Let's see.
You. I know where your parents live, and I know you have a dog. I'm going to stab it. That's a threat that the police allege was made by a notorious fighter youth for legal reasons we can't name, so we're just going to call him Tony K. Police allege he made this threat over the phone upon a Stephen Toy back in March of 2009. What was alleged by police to have happened in the weeks after this threat was made is absolutely, for lack of better words, insane. If you follow the people, the money, and the companies that were all connected to Tony K and this threat, and you follow them for years down the line, what you'll find is...
This is already pretty good. It's already looking like this person's a plausible suspect when the video starts with person criticized the guy I'm about to criticize, and bad things happened shortly after. Okay, yeah, I think we might be onto something here. I think we might actually be onto something here.
He's able to disturb connections to some of the most senior political...
Remember, guys, I'm not Australian.
Senior business figures in Australia. This is a story about the kings of Sydney property development industry and attempt to make sense of their coronation. The following information has been gleaned from court documents and police statements from Jordan's view, namely from police statements of Stephen Toy, a self-employed plumber from Western Sydney. We'll begin in 2000.
If you can't process what he's saying right now, then you guys are weak, okay? I absolutely can process what he's saying. My brain has evolved to take in audio input at this speed.
9 when Stephen Toy, then age 27, alleges he was friends with a man by the name of Andy Hass. Andy Hass at the time was a 20-year-old man from Maryland. His family had been in the property development business for quite some time, running the Hass Constructions. Stephen claims that he knows Andy from growing up around the Guildford, Maryland's area, and that he also went to school with one of Andy's older brothers, either Joe or Thad Hass. Joe also goes by the name of Yusuf, was the director of the Hass Constructions at the time. We'll get to that company soon. Anyway, the police statements given by Stephen Toy detail the strange story where Andy is owed money around $4,500. By some means, was unidentified in the first statement. In the second, he's referred only to as Andrew.
Okay, this is getting too complicated for me to. Dear God, Zan, turn it down. This is just me trying to like blast info into my brain on a separate video, separate thing. Don't worry, Cherry. Okay, back to the video we're actually covering. Also, my cat is screaming. I'll have to feed her after stream. I already fed her right before stream, so she's okay. She's just bitching.
That that you're giving a big note to me. There was so many people that I haven't obviously gone to because I was just in the cop shop the entire day. So thank you so much for that. And I would like to take this opportunity to say that I think we're gonna just tone back the videos for a bit.
I can understand that, my friend. I can completely understand that. I'm really fucking... Listen, I'm sure that Friendly Jordies would probably fucking hate me. Just a hunch. He'd probably not like me very much if he even knows who I am. But if he does happen to see this, I'm genuinely sorry this happened to you. That is a fucking nightmare. I lost my home to a hurricane, a natural disaster. I can only imagine the amount of, like, emotional, like, damage that can be caused by somebody fucking firebombing your house while you're gone. Like, imagine the stress caused by having your home robbed while you're gone times a million. That's what I imagine it's like. And he's definitely not showing that in this video. He's projecting a lot of strength, and I respect the fuck out of that. But this definitely hurts a lot more than financially and physically. This definitely also hurt, like, emotionally, too. And I'm really, really sorry about that. But yeah, man. That's really fucking unfortunate. What a fucking nightmare, dude. What an absolute nightmare. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Yeah, a lot of donations. Holy crap. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. It's a very easy and simple, free way to support my channel, whether you be watching live after the fact when my segments go up as videos, or if you're watching the VOD. You can also comment down below to push my channel and my content much further in the algorithm too, and you can subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, you can follow my social medias linked down below to see more from me online, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, etc. And of course, finally, if you want to support me financially a little bit more, directly, such as this fine person in chat has, Otto Von Cause, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or even support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Streamelements, or Patreon. With all that said, regardless of how you support me, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Alright, guys, I'm pretty tired. I'm actually pretty damn sleepy. I think I'm going to wrap up stream here. I have been live for a good 4.5 hours. Yeah, hot damn. I don't know why, but I feel like I've streamed longer than I have. Weird. Maybe because the sun's setting now. That probably plays a part into it. Otto Von Cause, thank you for the $5 donation. Hot damn, thank you. Said, which leads to the United Australia... Oh, okay, this started at this donation. Liberal virtue signaling to conservatives. Thank you for the $5. And then Otto Von Cause, another $5. Thank you. Said, how Australian politics works is the two major parties, Labour Party are unionist socialist, Liberal Party are no government libertarians. The third parties are Green Party, the most popular third party. I know there's also like a full-on fasci party, though it's like nationalist as fuck, though. Then another $5 from Otto Von Cause that continues the message. Party who believes in the environment. The Australia First Party are the... Yep, Australia First are the nationalist Nazis. Australia First Party are the conservative fascist party who openly want to kill all Islamic people who are very unpopular and are seen as the American Party. I love that the literal neo-Nazi party in Australia is nicknamed the American Party. That is amazing. And then another $5 from Otto Von Cause to follow this up, which leads to the United Australia Party, who are also the conservatives, but is only popular because they get constant ads played in by billionaires, but only don't but they don't really get votes, and they lose voters too. So basically the Michael Bloomberg of political parties, right? Like, you saw ads for him nonstop, and it really looked like he had a large like voter base just based on how much money he spent on his campaign, but in the end he got like no fucking votes. Basically that is that what you mean, Autobahn Cause? Keck, yet another America W. I imagine that's about right. Anyway, Queef Jerky, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Emu Anon34 as well. It's very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. Based and Pog. Alright, guys, I'm thirsty as fuck, and I've got no water on my desk. My waters are in the fridge in the kitchen, and I feel like ending stream, so honestly, I can't wait any longer to get water, so I'm just gonna end stream and then go get myself a water. Listen, guys, I really appreciate you all coming out today. It's been pretty fun, pretty pog, pretty awesome. Yeah, just generally, I've really liked having you here. You guys have been really supportive today. Maybe not financially, but certainly in terms of viewership and kind words in chat. But yeah, you guys are fucking awesome. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you all next time. As always, I love you all very much. Thank you for the support, and see ya. Doo-doo fart.